Previously on Inspired Initiative, Rhukkarrak sprinted towards the conflux as a sickly green mist choked the air. The cultists were already there, waiting, demanding the Heartroot sapling. Euan charged into battle, Asja vanished with the Mars beneath illusion, and Maldorwen, torn between past and present, chose his side. But the cult was ready. One by one, the motley hue fell, overwhelmed, outmatched, and unconscious. The sapling was stolen, and all went dark. Then, visions, each of them lost in memory, visited by voices of the past, reassured, reminded, and returned. They woke in a shadowed chamber, wounded, alive, but barely. There, Serel greeted them, too late to save the fight, but not too late to strike back. A cultist had been captured. The city, however, had turned against them, and time was running short. Plans were made. Rhukkarrak disguised himself. Maldorwen cast aside his helmet and embraced his true name, Dionysus Maximus Nuntium Aquila, or Din for short. The Malahue accepted him in whole. And now they scatter. Some seek allies, others chase answers, but they all feel it in their bones. The Caelindrae is approaching. Will they be ready for what's to come? The air in the chamber is thick, humid, and stale, like a breath tapped in a room long forgotten. The walls, carved of rough stone, sweat with condensation, and the flickering glow of a single arcane sconce casts long, unkind shadows across the floor. This part of Altari feels like a secret even the city itself forgot, until now. Inside, a figure in a hood straightens, crackling stiff knuckles wrapped in blood-stained bandages. At their feet, a battered elf, bruised, bloodied, and barely conscious. Their tattered clothing offering little protection from either fists or questions. The hooded figure turns, flashes you both a crooked grin, and spits down at the gasping prisoner before pushing past you on the way out.
He's nearly ready to talk, spilling words or guts. Hard to say which. Go ahead.
As they push past you and shut the door behind them, leaving you in a silence with the cultist, who lifts their head with a slow, painful breath. One eye is nearly swollen shut, the other burns with resentment. But behind the hatred, you catch a flicker of something else, maybe fear or loyalty strained to its limits. A wet cough racks his chest, splattering red on the stone.
Then, hit me again. Finish the job. It doesn't matter. Whatever the boss is planning, it's too important. And me, I'm not important enough to know.
Asja's just going to look at the person on the ground. The problem is that I don't hit you. So let's... This is very...
And she'll walk over and kind of walk over the blood piles, kind of like pools and stuff like that, and reach down, and she's gonna, kind of give him a quick little medical check and see just how close to,
As you
the
get
edge he is.
closer,
Type deal.
go ahead and make a medicine check.
10.
10. You can see that there are some pretty gnarly bruising and probably broken bones underneath the surface. Quite a bit of internal bleeding, what you can imagine. The wounds are numerous. This individual looks like they probably have already been up and down several times. You do see a bucket of stained water that was probably used to reawaken them after they caved to their pain, as they kind of wince, shifting a little bit as you get a little closer.
How about we maybe start with something you do know? You see, the plans would be nice to know, but I'm rather new in this city, and I really don't like being accused of things that I haven't done. So, why don't we start with this? Oh, who is your leader? Who do you even belong to?
He just looks towards you with that same ire, that revulsion.
Like I said, I'm not saying anything.
It is a shame. I could make you feel better. But at the same time, you stole my tree. And my dad over here was also not so happy when you all, I don't know, killed me. You see, he's not just my dad, he's my guardian. And in a way, the tree's guardian. So, he really doesn't like losing face. But I guess I'll leave you to him, because if you're not going to talk to me, talking to you nicely, well, I guess I could leave you to him instead. He has ways of making you talk, so I really hope you're not lying. And she's gonna stand up and, again, very gingerly walk over to Euan. I'd be careful. He's pretty close, too. They very crudely did what they did. They just beat him up. It was not meant for prolonging. I'd say 1 or 2 good hits. He's probably not going to talk again without medical aid. So I'd ask good questions. It's up to you.
With
Go ahead.
Asja saying what she said to this individual and then stepping up as their eyes stray from Asja over to the towering figure that is Euan. Go ahead and just the two of you roll intimidation checks for me.
Meow.
23!
Right, these are very good.
Before I roll,
that was,
let me.
Yes, that was me. Oh my god, 20.
If the DM will let me, I'm gonna loop a couple of things into that check.
What would you like to do?
So I have 1 rage left. I'm not going to have any chance of like the bracelet or anything going off. So I can still rage, and there might be a little bit of a change in his appearance, a little bit more tree-like. But that would let me use my strength
As your
score for
intimidation.
intimidation as opposed to my -1 charisma.
Yeah, I think that's plenty fine.
So as Asja is saying this to him, and Euan will kind of nod as she says, "Be careful." He's a little bit tender at the moment. Euan will activate that rage. It's a low rumbling growl kind of emanates from his chest. And much like in the combat from earlier last session, his eyes will slit, almost like a large cat staring at the prey, and he will start stalking in a circle around this poor unfortunate soul, like a predator hunting and cornering its prey. With that intimidation check, which click the rage, activate rage on my character sheet, and that is still not the correct modifier. Let me see what the actual modifier is.
You can just roll a strength check too.
Well, I have proficiency in a strength check, so I'm not going to be able to use that for that. It's still only a +4. It doesn't give me permission with it.
Okay. Yeah.
Or not,
just
the proficiency with it, so it's just a +4.
4 to the roll. Right.
So I'm going to roll perception instead, because that does have a +4 modifier, but it's for...
That works.
That's a natural 20.
Nice.
You watch as this individual, their eyes just bead into Euan, or the one that is still mostly functional, and they just start to like look around frantically as you start to pace around them, and you can definitely feel the fear kind of radiating from this younger elven individual who starts to just mutter underneath their breath. Conflict guide me, conflict guide me, conflict guide me, conflict guide me, conflict guide me.
Euan will start closing that circle ever so slightly, getting closer and closer and closer, until he's standing directly in front of him, and will take a knee, get down on his level. Reach out, place a hand on the shoulder, in the collarbone area of the, again, poor unfortunate soul. And with his thumb will start digging the claw on the end of his thumb into his clavicle.
And he just tenses from it, doesn't scream out in pain, just tenses as you feel the warmth of newly spilled blood start to pool near your hand.
You should have listened to the little one. This is your last chance.
Can't say anything.
And at this point, he's just tense and almost trying to shelter himself from the physical hellscape that he's currently in. And you can see he's just closing his eyes and just like gritting his teeth from the pain.
When you talk, it stops. Make your choice.
And he will continue digging that thumb into his clavicle. And I don't know if you want to make a strength check or anything, because Euan is very angry. He's not above breaking bone if it's gonna get information out of it. This is a very different, very feral Euan to what we've normally seen from him.
Yeah, go ahead and make a strength check for me.
Nah, it's just 13.
13, so you resist from just crushing the shoulder blade of this individual, but you do feel it just start to crack underneath your weight of your palm there. And with that, the individual just start to cry out in some pain.
Oh, I'm tempting
Now,
away. Just finish
Are you
me.
going to talk to me, or are you going to talk to the nice lady?
Do you relent
You have
at all?
a much
Or you just continue
better
to press?
chance with us.
I will not relent, but I will not add any more pressure currently to the collarbone and shoulder blade and everything. But I will also not ease up. This is more of a statement of finality, if you will.
Right. He just opens his eyes just with wild and very pained eyes, and looks towards you just with absolute fear and finality himself, as he just continues to say,
The way I'm dead. Just finish me. Finish me.
At this point, Asja is going to approach again. After hearing him mutter conflict, 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 conflict again and again. And this time she's going to, doesn't matter about the blood, she's going to kneel down. You pray to the conflict, but you bring it upon yourself, which summons products of the conflict. Meaning you've angered the conflict. I am a child of the conflict. And my dad, he is a product of the conflict as well. You've already failed. I would give up praying to conflict. Again, do you want to talk to me? Or do you want my father to continue doing this? Because, you see, it's not really in our nature to just murder someone. I don't know who you have been with your entire life to think that just because you help us, it means that we will feed you to the other side. Perhaps if you talk, we can find you sanctuary somewhere.
go ahead and roll a persuasion check for me. And I'll say, do it at advantage due
thank
to
God.
the situation.
That was even worse. Okay,
Oh,
10.
no.
Never mind.
You can see the words that you're saying, this individual's grasping maybe half of them. The pain that they are feeling is just overbearing. And they just are trying to shelter themselves as much from the physical world as they can currently. So your words don't reach his ears too much. Euan, do you continue to damage this individual?
I think as we're having this conversation, as Asja is telling him to say anything, just as a very malicious bit of mercy, the tendrils that Euan uses to heal those around him are going to reach out to this person, giving him 10 temporary hit points.
Okay.
And after, I'll wait to see if that changes anything.
So as the tendrils reach out and start to knit some of these wounds, are you still sitting there pressing and like crushing this individual's shoulder?
100%.
Okay. As, yeah, they just start to almost spasm in a way, feeling the comfort from the tendrils healing, but then still the pain that they're suffering from you. Just like if you gave it a little more strength, you would feel that their shoulder blade would just shatter And you can sense that if you did not do what you just did with giving them that 10 of HP, they would have just fallen unconscious. And they're just, once again, very out of it with the state that they're in.
They still refuse to talk?
Like,
To give any information, rather, after Asja's attempt.
currently, yeah, they're like spasming. They're not in a spot where they even you feel like they could even talk if they wanted to.
Euan begins to flex as though he's going to follow through and just destroy the working arm that this man has currently. And will look over at Asja for a moment. Will calm him down a little bit. He'll release some of the pressure that he has on their shoulder. Doesn't let go by any means. And will adjust his hand just a little bit so the tip of his nail, the claw on his thumb, is fairly close to his jugular. Not close enough that if the guy wanted to try to move and could end things himself by any means. Just another intimidation tactic.
Okay. As you relent a little bit, they catch their breaths some here, and once again open that one eye and just look towards you and stare like directly into your eye there and just say,
It's part of us. You can't stop it. It's
and just once again continues to recoil from the pain, but
Caelindrae. It will show up. You'll see. You'll all see.
Talk and you might live to see it as well.
Caelindrae?
you heard this word before, Asja. The Caelindrae is what I believe Cyril said that the festival on the 18th was called.
Yeah.
Where the elves of Altari remember those who have fallen.
Dead.
Yes.
Rather, not talk and you may live through it as well, and you may live to see it, but talk and you may yet live through it. I worded it wrong, my apologies.
You're good.
Don't know. Like I said, I'm no one.
Tell us what you do know.
The stadium. It's the stadium. The Somnum. That's where you want to look.
Do you want me to try for anything else, little one?
No, Asja's gonna kind of go from a kneeling position to slide down so her legs kind of shift out to the side. And she's going to kind of very gently try and take this person, hopefully Euan will help her, and almost cradle him in a bit of a way. So while Euan is showing rage, now what Euan can see on Asja's face, and dude with one eye that's kind of crusty closed anyways wouldn't see is that right now there is a huge conflict on her face. She's going from really angry to compassionate, like back and forward. You can see Asja's compassion wanting to come through and help this person, but at the same time you're just it's almost as if the room is warmer too. You know, that anger is very much, you can feel that fire kind of heat coming off of her. We can try and get some more information, but for a little bit we did give. He did give. Give him some rest and some comfort. And she'll go in her bag and just take out a cloth and kind of gently start wiping his face a little bit. What is your name?
At this point, he's like practically unconscious. Just
Yep, don't worry. That's gonna change in just a second. I have one spell slot left. Euan might still get to crunch bones and not kill this guy, don't worry.
Oh boy.
so you cure
We
wounds.
can't
and-
have him this way. Yep, and she's just going to look at Euan. At some point, and he's very young. I don't think he understands everything that's going on. Cure wounds.
Okay.
He is healed for 25 points of damage.
As you, in grasping this individual, you feel the energy surge from Asja. The room lights up with that radiant glow of energy, that pure life energy that flows into this individual. You see the wounds start to very quickly reknit, and the bruises start to fade as they just gasp in a sudden just exhalation of removal of pain as they like stumble back somewhat from it.
No, they're on. Asja's kind of holding at the same time as cleaning
Right,
the face
yeah.
while this is happening. He's not moving from her. That's for sure.
As Asja heals him, Euan will stand, and just kind of stand over him, and Asja arms crossed, but never really losing that feral expression of predator stalking prey. As he, quite literally and in the most condescending way possible, stares down his nose at this cult member.
Right. And at this point, this younger elf just starts crying. Just you can see the moisture falling from their eyes. They just start to sob.
And Asja is going to be Asja. She is just going to very quietly, it's all right. And, let him have his cry, but comfort him and show him the care and compassion and all the rest of that she feels the tree and who she is and the people of Mythendrel and everything she was raised for. This is what they were known for. They weren't a great warrior race. They weren't a great anything else, but this was one thing that they were very known for, was the care and compassion that could come out of that city and the tree of life and everything like that. So she is very much right now trying to embody and represent that. So Dude might feel like he's being saved by an angel right now. I don't know, but still,
And go ahead
with
and
her
roll
charisma
me.
20 of 111 and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
just a straight charisma check, Asja. And then both of you go ahead and roll insight
That would
check
be a
as well.
natural 1. Never mind.
Oh no.
God.
As you know.
This is how the night's gonna go. Okay,
Oh, no.
I see how it's going.
While Asja tries to emulate that energy, there's still the bitter sting of loss present, and it's hard to push that down when it's such a recent wound. And this individual is broken. But yeah, the two of you go ahead and roll insight checks for me.
I don't think.
19. Couldn't have gotten that on my last roll.
I don't think that. Insight is affected by my strength, so.
No, I don't think.
No.
17.
19 and 17 are still very good. As this kind of shivering individual just continues to quietly sob and just says up to you, I told you everything I know. I don't know more. I just know that this is the stadium. At the Slobnob as well. Like I said, I'm no one. I'm not important. Not in their eyes. I don't know who they are. Not everyone. Why would they tell me? They never tell me. And you generally think, like, you don't think this individual's lying or keeping anything back.
Go and get Sarah.
Euan will snap his gaze over to Asja. Once
Or
again,
call
when-
out in the hallway, hey, Sorel, not hey guy who made this guy lose his eye before. I mean,
Right. No, as has happened many times in the past, as Euan's gaze snaps over to Asja, his face will soften. His eyes will lose that predatorial look in them. And he will nod and turn to the door to walk out and see if Cyril is out there. And if not, we'll call out, Cyril, where are you?
Okay. You don't immediately see her. She's not waiting in the hallway for you to, but she was conversing somewhere to the side. And as you say that, you see her pop out to greet you. Is everything okay?
We've got him to talk. Asja's asking for you.
I'm impressed. And she starts walking towards you in the room there.
She walks in the room. There's Asja sitting there cradling him. He's crying. You know?
And Euan just looks like he murdered someone.
What did he
so
say?
Tomorrow during the Caelindrae, you want to watch the stadium and the Somnom district. These are the two targets.
Stadium. Bold. It's where the ceremony begins. Makes sense. I didn't think it would be so bold. The Somnom as well. Split forces. Ugh. And as she starts to converse with you two there in the room, and trying to make some sort of plan, we're gonna pull away from this subterranean
Just
enclosure.
really quick
Yep.
before you do, I do want to make it a point. As they are talking, Euan would eventually let the rage drop, and at some point in the conversation, would just say, please make sure he's taken care of and protected. We promised him mercy if he talked.
Zero would say something along the lines of, we'll see what we can do.
That's all.
As we shift perspective out to above ground here in the very quiet night of Valtari, the two of you, Greg and Rhukkarrak, both in relatively well disguises from what you previously were wearing. So feeling relatively comfortable knowing you won't be ascertained to your true identity. You step out of this little enclosure, this hideout, if you'd call it that, into the Oasis District, where there's the beaming life, the hum of vegetation that still surrounds you. And you make your way towards, where are you heading? The desert chapter?
Yes.
Okay.
As they're going along, Ruko will just kind of talk under. He's going to be like, okay, so we need to, where it goes. We need to try and get allies for this, whatever's happening tomorrow. Yes, first we need to check in with the Sunblades to make sure that, to see if we can get their help and if it would be smart to talk to the chapter master and get all of the Downward Sentinels involved. We need to... I don't know how Euan expects me to be able to pick up his weapon with this disguise. Is there anything I'm missing? As he turns to Dionysius. Greg?
Of course. The fact that we're merchants, we're almost out of volantes and other stuff we got, and you're just trying to help me get to Kertas. So we're also looking for a gnome that's from there. We saw him recently. People were talking about them. Also, he's with some people. Yes. Wasn't that what we were gonna do? And then, of course, go for the weapon.
As a player, this is the made-up backstory. I'm rolling insight now to see how much his distraughtness is going to affect him, but I guess not. So he picks up your drift. Because roll a 15.
Yeah, you're not confused by Greg's conjured backstory.
Right. Merchants. It will... I guess that works. As Ruka, in his red Drakthir form, begins to push through these lush fields with purpose, trying to get back to the airways. So I can get back to the desert chapter as soon as possible.
Okay.
Yes, us running out of wares would explain why we are looking for other stuff to do. We heard people are being hired to guard the city. We think we can help. We are competent with a blade. And I'm actually looking for Kertas to go back. I'm an Errantis. And what's your name?
I don't know. Just Tadrish. What's the name that comes to mind?
What?
Tadrish.
Tadrish. All right.
What did you say your name was again? I thought we were going with Greg.
Yes, my name is Greg.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, Greg, we really need to figure out what's going on in the city and get some help.
Yes.
Okay. As the two of you progress further and further out of this, you're direction is still a little disoriented, as you haven't explored the oasis all that much. But so it takes you a bit of time before you recollect on your surroundings and find your way out of the main oasis part, where the vegetation starts to turn back into the smooth glass pathways, and the buildings start to become more of the rest of the city. And as you step out into the city, the airway only a good 10-ish minutes away, you step out along the polished glass streets of Altari. The city feels draped in a hush, not from fear, but reverence. The night sky above is a velvet canvas speckled with stars, and the light of Lunar casts a silver sheen over the elegant spires and gently swaying banners. Soft light spills from the countless doorways and balconies, but what captures your attention the most are the decorations. They bloom like solemn flowers across every district you pass. At the foot of shrines, across public squares, even lining near alleyways, you see them. Candles, hundreds, perhaps thousands, flicker in quiet unison. Some are arranged in swirling patterns that mimic constellations. Others sit behind wooden effigies carved in remembrance of loved ones long past. There are delicate paper lanterns hanging from threads between trees and buildings, each painted with names or symbols, family crests, sacred runes, or the likeness of a departed soul. When the winds pass through, they sway gently, whispering like memories trying not to be forgotten. In certain corners, you spot young elves kneeling by candled circles, their faces bathed in golden light, hands pressed in silent prayer. Further ahead, a group of elves sings in a low harmony, no lyrics, just a mournful hum that seems to resonate with the stones themselves. And amidst it all, the scent of sweet smoke from ceremonial incense dances through the air, lavender, myrrh, and moon blossom. It mingles with the quiet, with the warmth of the candlelight, and with the weight of memory. This festival is not of noise or indulgence. This is the Caelindrae, and Valtari remembers its dead, not in grief, but in solemn celebration, and honoring them. The city honors the spirits of its people, their resilience, their history, and the hope that no soul truly fades, though as long as they are remembered. And on your pathway, you take this all in, and it's a very reverent trek through the night here. You see,
it's like we're being spoken to all the time. We're always at the right time, always at the right place. Don't you think?
I would maybe agree if this wasn't the exact wrong place at the wrong time due to tomorrow.
How could it
And
be
the fact
wrong
none of us may.
if there's anyone that can do something about it, is us. That's clear. And not just talking about that, talking about the fact that isn't it also time for us to remember, but also start to let go?
Are you
Do you
referring to-
remember what the other said about what we saw?
Yes. About your past loved ones?
Yes. It seemed like, well, you weren't aware that they had passed.
You think that my father is actually dead?
Trust me, brother. I was holding on to a last hope.
There is no way.
Did I tell you that I never got to know her name? She never told me because she thought it was funny that Well, she wasn't gonna do it because, of course, I wasn't gonna do it. She knew my people. I was hoping that I could ask her. But I think I'll never know it. Did you know your father's name?
Yes, I do know his name.
Would you share it with me? So I may remember him.
Hold on. As I look up my notes.
Rhukkarrak would
His
very
name
remember Dragu.
Yeah, his name is Dregu.
Drago. Well, this night is for him. And for her. Whatever her name is.
You have pretty good insight. Yeah, you can tell that Ruka is just not convinced that his father is dead.
I don't know.
Like he's just kind of done with arguing over this. So she's just gonna kind of sort of go along, but you can tell that he doesn't really like there is a slight hint of worry there, but it is hidden behind this wall of denial.
Okay. Eventually, you do aboard the airways. There are, once more, some Spire Guard in uniform outfits that do look you up and down and check you, more or less. Not super thoroughly, but enough that you'd feel if you were in your regular forms that they would probably be able to tell from a description that you were the ones they were looking for. But you're not currently. And so you step aboard the tubular system here as the airs once more push the glass through the city. As you watch the spires in the distance blur from the speed, the candle lights like a warm glow that just illuminates the pathways and streets of Altari on this night. And eventually you do arrive at the desert chapter. You step off, and once again, they don't give you a thorough inspection leaving the airways, but you do see them there present, inspecting others who are onboarding. You have arrived back at the desert chapter, which there is also a fair amount of decorations set up here at the desert chapter. Not as much as you saw in the bulk city, but there are still people here who definitely celebrate and remember this festival, this ceremony. Where are you headed to first?
Ruka's gonna head to the Sunblades. He knows where they normally live, so you head to their home.
Okay. So you head towards the multiple different abodes that make up the bulk housing units for the sentinels of the desert chapter. And most of them there's a couple that are occupied. You do arrive at the Sunblades, and it does not appear occupied at the current time. You see there's no lights indicating that there are people indoors. And you don't believe it's late enough that these individuals would be sleeping. They're probably somewhere else out in the city. You know that they like to visit the tavern quite frequently. So if you had to guess, that would be your best guess. But you are here, and currently you do see your own abode that you have been staying in, just across the street if you wanted to stop by to grab anything. As you all did leave some of your belongings previously. And I'll say, even with Maldorwen's ridiculous, or Greg's ridiculous passive perception in this moment, you do also see a small note that is, once again, on the door.
Okay, I'll go get it then.
Okay. Is there anything else that you are picking up from the abode, or just kind of passing by, grabbing the note?
I think I'm gonna just like do like a check of the abode to see what's useful. So probably like Asja's like healing kits, but like I don't think he would go to her room. Like I'm just gonna see what's in like the kitchen or stuff. You know, like
Okay.
I'm not gonna go into anyone's room.
Okay.
Okay, so if you, in the quote unquote kitchen, which Asja did, I did in a game state that Asja was leaving some stuff out. There is one healing kit, and there are 2 basic healing potions.
I'm also gonna pick up just like the butter knife that's Rupert's weapon.
Okay.
Very important. And I guess like if there's like some food like that's gonna spoil or whatever, I'm gonna take it out like to whatever we throw away or dispose of the things.
Just some
And
housekeeping
then
real quick, yeah.
yes, and like like maybe take out like some booze. And I'm actually like, if I find any, I'm gonna start drinking a little bit.
Okay.
Ruka will follow him inside. If he's doing it, he's gonna follow, and he'll quickly change into his normal clothing because he's still in the ragtag with underneath his disguise.
Right.
And then he'll quickly go to the other 2 rooms, not pry too much, but he's gonna kind of raid them for anything useful, especially Euan's room, to see if there's anything that he can prove his identity with, for trying to pick up
Okay.
Euan's weapon.
Do you think there would be anything, Euan?
He probably doesn't have the pyro scales or flamehound hides on his person right now. The only thing that might have been in there would have been the armor that he already traded in. Euan is a man of small means. He doesn't really have a lot that he keeps.
Yeah. You managed to rudge together a few things, but there's not a whole lot in this abode. You all haven't fully settled in here either, and so there's a couple things that you're able to pick up. I imagine the little medicine kit, the healer's kit that was Asja brought out to maybe treat Euan as he was unconscious there for a day or so. Maldorwen, you can pick that up along with some potions. And
Yeah, and if Ruka's going through the rooms and poking around, Ruka, under her bed, you do see a cloth bundle, but you also see 3 other healer's kits. I had 5.
all the healer's
But
kits.
I used up 1, and then half of 1 is still outside, and then there's 3 under her bed. So you can grab those.
I'm just checking my equipment to see if he has one, which I don't think he does. So he will grab 1.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in my buried bag, which is long gone.
Easy
He'll
enough.
grab it, but he doesn't want to steal too much.
You can do so, and then are able to exit and go about your night here. The note that you do obtain from the door is sealed, and it says Asja on it.
Okay. I think I got that, so I'm just gonna just when I get it, I will like leave it inside the house, but like I'm gonna hide it in a place that would be hard to spot, and not inside Asja's room.
You're not going to take it with you?
No.
Okay.
I mean, Ruka saw him grab the note, and so as they're getting ready to leave, Ruka will just
Wait, I'm actually going to also leave behind my crossbow and like my scroll case where I keep my maps, my
Okay.
Malvis poke, like some of the stuff that would give my identity away.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm also gonna take off my breastplate, and I'm just gonna go without armor. I'm just gonna take a rapier with me and like gold pouch and some stuff that I have on my backpack, but like not the stuff that like Maldorwen would have, or like people would know that he has, like mostly his scroll case and like his documents and like his
Right.
diary, his stuff, his like letters to the captain letters to him. Like I'm gonna leave that in the abode.
Okay. You can have to do
well,
so.
before they leave, Ruka is going to turn to Maldorwen. What was in the note?
Who's Maldorwen, by the way?
You can turn to Greg or Dionysius. What was in the note?
It's for Asja. I don't think it's for us to know. Do you wanna take it with you?
Oh, do you not have it with you?
I was gonna hide it here. So I think it's gonna be at hand if we wanted to get it, but I just don't wanna have anything on me that would give away who we are. Or maybe say that we're stealing. You know, there was this guy poking around the other day. I didn't really like him, the Inquisitor. He also was already very suspicious of you, so I just don't want to blow our cover.
Well, he can already see through my disguise, so I'll hold on to it.
Okay. Here you go.
He'll take it and head out.
If that happens, if he sees you, then I guess we should just... I mean, you're gonna have to run or something, and I could just say that I recently met you, but I'm gonna, try to just keep to my story if anything happens.
Is there any
Just gonna
cloak left
try
in
to
the
hold on to
abode?
it.
A cloak? I mean, you are wearing a cloak, I would say. Like, you both had opportunities to grab cloaks from the Shadow Sons.
Yeah.
So I'd imagine...
And I'm also like
Rhukkarrak
going
would've
to
grabbed one.
change. I have like a set of what are they called? Fine clothes.
Yep.
So like they are not the ones that I wore to the ball. They're ones that I had from
Right.
before.
Right. Yeah, easy
So
enough.
I'm just gonna wear those. Yeah.
You change with the things in tow and head out. Where are you heading next? Towards the tavern? Towards the arcane hammer to try to grab Euan's weapon? What you doing?
But we
I
should
think we
probably
should split up here. If you want, I can go get the weapon and you go speak to the Sunblades. Or
You
how do
think
you
you
want to
could
play
convince
this?
them?
Yes. I think.
Okay. Then I guess I will stop by the tavern, and if I can't find them there, then I will need to go probably to the chapter master and...
I think we should go together to a chapter master, though. You know, we have a
then-
story for that, and I think we should just see how it goes first with that excuse, if you will.
Yes. All right, then I guess we can meet at the tavern, whether
Sure.
or not I find the Sunblades.
Okay. Rhukkarrak heads towards the Blazing Sun Tavern, while or Greg, got myself that time, heads towards the Arcane Hammer. As you split off in those different directions, we're gonna go back over to Asja and Euan down in the hideout. If what he says is true, hopefully we can count on it. The ceremony begins at the Glassview. It has for several years now, since, well, the Glassview was constructed. Have you either of you witnessed the Caelindrae before?
No, I haven't. My people had their own customs.
No, my people also had their own customs.
Well, here, let's come over here, somewhere where we can plan accordingly.
Dad, can you help me for 2 seconds? She's like pointing at the guy. Can we just take him out of the blood spot at least? You know, just put him somewhere clean.
You'll hoist him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes.
You might want to just have them look at him, make sure there's nothing too wrong, and get him some food. We're cooperating.
Very well. I'll still move him over if there's a cleaner space to lay him.
Yeah, there is. The room's not tiny, but as you do so, you follow Sorel out of the small room there into a different chamber where there's a large desk with different parchments and different maps kind of scrawled around the wall with all kinds of plots and schemes that you're not aware of, and would take a decent amount of time to go through and understand all the meaning. A lot of it is in nonsense terminology that you don't quite get. Maybe Rhukkarrak would, but here you're a little confused as to everything as you look around. But she goes over and sits down at one of the tables here in front of the desk. So, the ceremony, well, if they are planning to do it right when the ceremony begins, I don't know. Depends. If they want the entire city's attention, that would be a way to do it. It's around midday when that occurs, which means we have a bit more time, which is good. But the ceremony is very important. It's steeped in tradition, ancient, centuries old. It's where we burn our dead and have them rejoin the elements, the air above, the fire below. I don't know why they would interrupt it unless, like I was saying, they just want ears, the entire city, to hear. This sapling that they stole, whoa, what is it? What do you think they are going to be doing with it?
I have
You-
my ideas.
I was gonna say, you will open his mouth to speak. Stop, look at Asja. I think you take this one.
First off, Cyril, let's be very honest with each other. As far as I can tell from what Rhukkarrak says, you're along the same lines as the people of Elendor. Those shadow sons that... What's his name again? Valen Shadowthorn seem to be in charge of.
Yes. Is where you are currently at?
Then
One of our hideouts?
how... I know that we should thank you for saving us, but... Well... Shadowthorn did try and kill us a few times, so... How do we trust you're not going to do the same thing?
She eyes you with
I'm really getting
confusion.
tired of being used like bait.
You're saying Shadowthorn tried to kill you.
Well, he's the one that encouraged us to make sure that we were at Caelindrae on the beach, and then there was the big explosion, and then the beach went to all hell in handbasket, and yeah, and then there was the group that went to invade the Caelindrae, the wind colors. I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since we were in Elendor. The spire that the
Regardless,
anyways,
I
but
cannot
yeah, then
speak
the,
for his
the
actions innately. I don't believe that was the case. I don't think that was his intentions. I know Shadowthorn. I don't believe he was trying to kill you. I don't know what happened there. Not all of the details, at least. But no, I'm not trying to kill you. Why would I save you if I was doing that? All I know is something is happening tomorrow, today. We need to stop. There's not many people in the city that know what we know. And so we need... We're the ones who can stop it.
I will trust you on this one. My name is Asja Caelindrae. I am one of the last survivors of Mythendril. We traveled from Elendor to Mythendril with the sapling. The sapling is the heartroot sapling. It was discovered. The heartroot wasn't lost entirely. We brought it here to help study. We're hoping with its properties, perhaps there's something to do to help us remove the large amounts of death energy. There. Now do you see why I had to trust you? This isn't just some sapling. It's not just some regular tree.
Gathered that with the amount of effort they went to take it from you.
It is the last thing of my home that I have. Everything else was lost. This tree, it is more important than anything else. It is life itself.
DM, I have a question.
Yes.
From the time that I was unconscious, how much of the visions that I had do I remember? Is it something that I remember all of, or?
The visions of the Quran?
Yeah, the Quran and the darkness and death energy and the...
Yes, it feels like a distant memory, but it definitely doesn't feel like a dream where like you woke up and you're like, what was that again? It feels like you experienced it. It just has been a long time since you did so.
So Euan will develop this kind of far distant look in his eyes as this kind of crosses his memory. The Quran in my village, in my city rather. It provided us with life, and it quelled death. If they were to corrupt the sapling, I wonder if it would work in the opposite.
Especially if you don't deal with your... I am very curious, why don't you deal with your dead right when they...
Because it is
Why
part
do
of the
you wait
ritual.
a whole...
It is part of who we are as people. It is an
But doesn't that
honor
create
tradition.
a large pocket of death energy that you then have to deal with?
It is part of the ritual as well. The cleansing of that energy. Returning it to... cleansing
But
it.
if
They
you
are
have a
the...
corrupted tree of life and a large amount of death energy and a large amount of dead things, and the tree is now a tree of death and not a tree of life, you're looking at a disaster.
We fought the undead on our way here. I do not claim to know that is what they're trying to do, but we have fought the undead on our way here. We have seen what waves of death energy can do to a place. We've both lived it. It would be the perfect catalyst for someone to try to prove a point. Or for someone to cause a calamity.
Right. The professor that was with you, they know more about this tree?
Yes. He's
Yes.
rather an expert. He also... He seemed to know my father as well, so he has some, we'll say, inside information as well on perhaps some of the uses of what the tree might be capable of.
And you trust him? He wasn't behind
Implicitly.
the attack?
The fear that Damaris had isn't something that can just be emulated. I trusted him enough to study me.
He also trusted me enough during the combat
I
to
think
give
we
me
need...
the tree and go out of the illusions to heal. He basically sacrificed himself to try and keep out the rest of us alive.
Well, then I think we need all the
You
insight
don't-
we can. And she nods towards someone who's at the door there, who leaves. There's resting in the other room, but I think there's time for rest. At least not right now, until we have some solid footing of a plan.
We'll need all the help we can
Had-
get, especially if we have to split our forces.
I agree.
Dad, I had a bit of one of those stupid ideas that I occasionally get, but it might actually be a good idea.
I'm all
What
ears.
if... Well, what if not only we go to see that gorgeous flaming goddess, but we also... What if I went to see the Inquisitor? I know what he can do. If I let him in and show him things, I can prove... Hopefully I can prove our innocence. And maybe then at that point, this, what little city guard there is, won't have their attention looking for us, but will turn their attention looking back to the cultists of the conflict.
I think that's an excellent idea.
Alright, not stupid this time. She kind of smiles and looks proud of herself.
I will say, I don't think it's a terrible idea either, but it's risky. Inquisitor is more or less a lapdog of the Spire Guard. If they're looking for you, you might be able to persuade him, but that might not be until he throws you in a cell. It risks you not being able to be free to stop what's coming.
Alright, then we've got to get close to the spires anyways, and I'm pretty sure the Spire Guard will be there more. And it's not like either of us have ways to disguise ourselves, so when I grew up, there
If we
was a
need
game
disguises, we can help with that.
Well, I was going to say, if we're going to the same building, if me getting the attention of the Inquisitor maybe means being thrown into jail, I could maybe make a distraction while my dad can actually sneak up to go and see the Archmage, the mage. I'm sorry, I was really distracted by her when she told us her name, so she kind of
Bright
blushes
Flame.
a little. Bright Flame, right? She is that.
And I doubt with the Caelindrae being only a few hours away, she'll be open to seeing just anyone. Do you have a personal connection with her?
Apart from speaking to her briefly after fighting with her at the ball, or fighting alongside her at the ball against the elementals, no.
I mean, you can always try. Around this
Okay.
point, Damaris is led into the room
Can
on a shoulder of another cloaked individual. It's
Asja...
good to see you two. Well, he slumps down into one of the seats.
Asja will go over to Damaris' side. Are you feeling okay?
I don't know if okay is quite the word to use, but I'll be fine.
I do have a question. I think it's kind of like the big Zork in the room right now. We trust you, but how did they know where we were going? And what we were doing?
I don't know.
Do you trust Lunessa?
I fear that's the only logical answer. It eats me to my core to even think of thought, though. I mean, she's studied under me for decades. But she was the only other one that knew where we were going. So I don't... It's... I don't know.
Well, that counts out any safe help from anyone at the archives then.
Cyril pipes up. So, Professor, what do you know about this sapling? What do you think it could be used for? Why the sapling? And Damaris looks grief-stricken as well, and worried. Well, like I was explaining to you two, the sapling is a wonder. It is the amount of life energy that it holds, even though it is concealed in a way, is astronomical. It is enormous, similar to that of a primal essence. If you're looking for a large amount of life energy, it would suit that quite astoundingly. If the Caelindrae is the target here, that would be a momentary large portion of, well, death energy as well. I've studied the two of them for the last century or so. Well, when you bring the two of them together, you can do things that shake the world. Both literally and, well, physically and spiritually. It wouldn't be good, whatever it is. I don't know the exact nature or purpose of why they'd need the sapling. I don't believe it could be corrupted, though. You would need... While life energy and death energy are opposites, and they do usually try to negate each other corrupting something like the hot root would be... I don't even know if it would be possible. At least not with the energy present at the Caelindrae. I don't believe there would be enough. Maybe if you took it to the very middle of the Ashen Expanse. But even then, it's not concentrated enough. The sapling itself is like the entire heart root in the grasp, in the palm of your hand.
The sapling and I aren't too different from one another.
He eyes you and just kind of nods. I think that is... The more I learn about you, I agree. And Sorrel just kind of looks a little stumped, and you can see the gears turning in her head. Well, we might not know exactly the reasons for what is going to happen, but we know where and hopefully why. The ceremony of the Caelindrae begins at the stadium, where the dead are burned and rejoin the elements. It is then a march towards the Somnom, where people who have lost individuals over the past year, people who remember those who have lost recently, light and carry the flames made from the burning to the Somnom. It usually takes several hours. I don't know what they would be planning at the Somnom either, but I don't think we could just leave it unviewed.
Well, sitting here trying to figure out what we don't know is probably just wasting us time. We will leave Damaris with you. Maybe through talking to him, something will become a bit more clear. But I think if Euan, my dad, and I are going to go try and get to Bright Flame, and possibly the Inquisitor, we should probably go now. The city still has a curfew, and I'm assuming it's getting later in the evening. We're already wanted. We probably don't want to be wanted and out after curfew.
The curfew, I don't think you would be able to make it to the Spire district. I mean, you're wanting to stay out of the curfew. It's within the next couple minutes here.
Well, then we'll have to go and see her first thing in the morning. Which is cutting it kind of close.
There are ways to go around the law as well. Again, if you need disguises, just kind of motions towards herself and the surrounding area. Kind of our specialty.
Perhaps it'd be safer if we go tonight then.
Well,
I don't like it either, but I don't like the odds of waiting until the morning.
Alright, let's do this.
How long do you think Ruka and your gnome friend is going to be? Greg?
Greg. I don't know. It depends, because if it's only a few minutes left to curfew, even if they were able to take the airlifts there, they're going to have to walk. Hopefully they remembered where they came out of, but they're going to have to walk back to here, so I don't know how long it's going to take them into the night.
Hopefully they return soon. And with that, we're gonna transition back over to Rhukkarrak and Greg.
Dun, dun, dun.
So as the two of you split off, Rhukka heads towards the blazing sun and Greg heads towards the arcane hammer. The thoroughfare of the desert chapter is relatively quiet. It is quite late at night. We're not sure if the curfew takes effect here as well, as the desert chapter is quite the distinct place in the city of Althuri. You do see an occasional sentinel here and there wandering, though. But yeah, Greg, you arrive at the forges therein, and they're relatively quiet for the night. You can see at the main forge there, the black Drakthir that you met the other day, just polishing some stuff up, and looks like he's cleaning up the forge for the night, ready to be closed. As you look over, he meets your gaze and just calls out to you. You need something? Kind of closing for the night.
Well, hello. I'm sorry. Shit, really bad timing.
I mean, it depends on what you need. If you just need directions, I got you. If you need something forged, I'll have to wait till morning.
No, I don't need anything forged. Well, I was told that you were a very good smith, and I came to talk to the chapter master with a friend of mine, but right now he went to the canteen to talk to someone else. So I just wandered around. I'm from Kertas. Well, I used to be. My name is Greg.
Nice to meet you, Greg. Well, enjoy the chapter. And if there's anything, like directions you need, I'm just polishing up here. Just gives you a nod.
Wouldn't mind, seeing the last things you forged.
He kind of takes a bit of a sigh. What do you mean? You want to see our wares?
I heard you did custom weapons.
We can, yes.
Maybe I wanted to see some of that, if you have any for display, or that I could check.
Here, how about this? You come back first thing tomorrow. I'll show you what we got. It's been a long day. And, I'm closing up here.
I'm sorry. I know you're busy, but if you wouldn't mind just entertaining me for another minute or so. I heard there were some problems around the city, and I heard of a group called the Motley Hue. They said they were around here. What do you think of them? Do you know them?
Go ahead and just give me a charisma check as you're talking here to see how...
Can the conflict guide me, please?
How do you cast guidance during this conversation?
I'm just fidgeting with my finger. I would kind of try and make it seem like I'm nervous and just trying to
and
maybe befriend this person or something.
does guidance have verbal components as well?
Let me
yes,
check.
It does. It has verbal and somatic components. So you could fidget, but you would need to...
I mean, conflict guide me would be what I would imagine is...
if you want to say, conflict guide me, right as you're talking to this guy, yeah, I'll allow it.
That'll be so perfect. I guess I'll just roll.
Okay.
Okay,
16's not bad.
16.
Okay. You can definitely pick up on a little bit of annoyance, but he's not ready to like curse you off or anything. Yeah, they came in just a few days ago, and they seemed pretty capable. We actually tuned up some of the weapons for them, but there's, I guess, some sort of rumor that they were involved in some sort of terrorism or something? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's what I heard. What do you think? Do you think they actually came to the city, to make trouble?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I mean, they seemed like honest folk, but they were here quite a short period of time before that attack on the nobles went awry. So I don't know. I'm not inquisitor.
I know their Gertrude's ally. I fought alongside him once or twice.
Right.
Before
I
I
remember who you're
left.
talking about. I think I sharpened a rapier of theirs.
Yes, they are an editors of Gertrude's. Do you know what that means?
I'm afraid I don't. I don't, He kind of fumbles a little bit with his hands. I don't work that well with people. I work better with steel.
I see. I'm sorry. Well, that means they are sort of like a guard. And I don't know, it just seems far-fetched that... I don't know. Say... If I knew them, and I knew that, you work for them, would that put you in trouble?
If I work for them, I mean, I don't personally work for them, no. I did work for them, but that was prior to the knowledge of this whole thing happening anyway, so I don't think so. He kind of looks concerned for a moment.
Look, I know you're busy, so I'll cut to the chase. And if something was gonna happen that was, let's say, the city needed them to fight for the city, they would need their weapons, right?
Probably, I guess, I don't know. What you getting at?
And let's say that I can take some things that might potentially put you in trouble out of your hands and get it to theirs. Because they really need them. And I can give you my word and some gold.
I no longer have any of they picked up all their weapons. I know that the Arcane Hammer was working on stuff, but she's done for the night.
Oh. Okay. You don't know where I could find them?
I mean, they're probably locked away.
Okay, I see.
She's probably over at the tavern.
Okay, I see.
You look for a pretty orcish woman. Braided hair. She's pretty easy to spot.
I see, okay. I'm sorry and for the trouble I caused.
No trouble by me, I just... Have a good one. He continues to clean up some stuff. Now we'll go over to Rhukkarrak, who enters...
I guess I also head to a tavern then.
Okay.
But yeah, sure.
Okay. As you enter the Blazing Sun Tavern, it's filled with a bit less raucous behavior than you're used to at this time of night. But that doesn't mean that the Sentinels are abstaining from some celebration. You do see some of them more reverent in their drinking, but there are still some who are not shouting, but enjoying themselves. And among them, you do see the 3 individuals that you know to make up the Sunblades. In a corner, just chatting to themselves, and not, again, yelling, but enjoying themselves.
Well, the first thing he's going to do is look around and make sure that there is no Inquisitor inside.
He's staring right at you now. There is no
And
Inquisitor.
Rukka's going to exit stage left.
So, now wait a minute. Who's that right there? No.
And after confirming that he's not there, he'll go over to the Sunblades.
Okay. Still currently in your red Dracthyr form?
Yes, absolutely. He really wishes he'd found him at home because he could drop it, but he's just gonna have to go with the flow here.
Rhukkarrak kind of meets your gaze as you approach.
Hello. I haven't seen you around.
No, I'm accompanying a merchant, and I have a friend that recommended I try and find you.
That's okay. Who's your friend? Trying to see who you were recommended. By the way, I know where did I go with this conversation.
A pale orc by the name of Rhukka.
Gets a little bit. Are you attempting to try to clue Gorak in here that you are Rhukka, or just that? Are you trying to deceive that you're still this other person who was recommended by Rhukka?
He is first going to gauge Gorak's reaction to the name of Rhukka, and so I guess he's trying to deceive at the moment.
Okay, just roll it. Go ahead and roll a deception check for me.
That was a 23.
That's very good. I don't think he's going to beat that. My dice won't roll. He has to roll like pretty much a natural 20 to beat it. So I'll say he just does not beat it.
Oh, yes, Rhukka. Have you seen him around at all? Where did you see him? I haven't seen him for a couple days now, or at least a day or so.
I ran into him briefly, but I've heard some nasty rumors about him. Do you know anything about it?
I heard that, yeah, they were supposedly involved in something with the ball. It doesn't sound like Rhukkarrak to be a terrorist by any means, though. I mean, it has been a couple of while since we saw him, but I don't see that he's too, yeah, it's not him. You saw him where? I'd actually like to have a word with him.
Oh, well, he was in the muddy swamp. And he's going to...
The hell does that mean?
He is going to slip his deception a little bit and describe exactly where he met Gorak.
Okay. You can still say he's a little confused.
Oh. Wait.
And you could see, like, the gears in his head putting two and two together.
I see. Alright. Have a seat. Barkeep, send over a drink.
At this point, Vakra and whatnot, they pipe up a little bit too. What? Who's this random? And Gorak kind of calms them down a little bit.
Guys, come on. We know who this is, right? You can just see it on his complexion. His face, it tells you everything. I knew from the moment you stepped through those doors.
And Vakra just nods a little bit.
A little bit.
Amir in the corner, who doesn't know you as well. Right, okay.
Yes, I don't think I've seen the sun in a long time.
You're not so pale in that little uniform you got there, though. So, lad, what is going on? What happened? Why? You can't tell me you were behind this, right?
No, there's been there's a rumor spread around us so that to try and get the guard focused on us instead of this cult that's going to be doing something tomorrow.
Hamir pipes up. Well, now, I don't want to disagree with you, but let's play devil's advocate. Someone who was involved with that would not admit to it, right, Gorak?
I mean, yes, but it's Rhukkarrak.
Go ahead and just roll me a persuasion check.
No, I'm not so good at these. Yeah, that's a 9.
9, okay. You see Gorak look you up once more in your disguise.
Well, the cult, we haven't heard much about that. I've heard whispers on the wind that there's these fanatics out in the city. They're doing something. What is going on?
They attacked us at the we just said the name of the district.
Oasis, the Conflux.
Oasis.
What do you want to say?
Yeah. The green place in the middle of the desert. Yeah, that place.
It's green, like me.
No.
Like Euan.
Yes, it was. We got attacked in the Oasis, and I think I died. Anyway,
You don't
they
look that
took-
bad.
Yeah, well, some friends were kind enough to resurrect. Though I'm feeling rather fatigued from it.
Is Sorrel part of this? I know she is some shady stuff as well.
Yes. It was her group that stopped us from being permanently put down.
Wait, so Sorrel is not. All right. Do we want to go somewhere a little more private for this?
That would be preferable. Though I have a friend that should be coming.
Hamir kind of pipes up. I don't know. I'm still not convinced, Gorak, that he's being completely honest with us. I mean, I only knew you for a couple of months, but it's been a while since we saw you last.
And how do I know that you are not a follower of this cult?
Both Vakra and Gorak just start cackling at that. Vakra pipes up. I don't think he would follow no cult. Rhukkarrak,
Well,
what are you telling
it looks
us?
like we're just going to have to
Why
rely.
are you here? You need our help?
We need allies. Yes.
What do you know? Let me grab a back room. And she stands up and goes and talks to the barkeep, and then motions for you all to follow. Fast forward a little bit, you're in a very much more secluded space where there's not as many onlookers.
If they're alone, Is there any kind of like magical ceiling, or is it just a separate room that's closed off?
This, from your knowledge, it's just a separate like back room.
Okay.
You know,
Then
people like come in here to like play cards or whatnot. Like, it's not a secure vault, but it's not somewhere
okay.
where people could just pry easily. There's not like windows towards the rest of the tavern.
So it's not okay, because he was considering going to his orcish form, but if someone else can just walk in, then he's not going to bother with that.
Okay. So,
Well-
for brevity's sake, how much do you fill the Sunblades in on?
He really doesn't have a reason to hold back, but because it's short on time, he will condense it, give the highlights.
It first started
and-
in a shadowed cave. No.
Yes, he'll give the highlights and answer any questions that they have. But yeah, he's gonna tell them about everything and how the only allies I have right now are Cyril and her allies, and with the city turned against them, they're desperate for help of any kind to help with this problem tomorrow.
Okay. Garak, after some different conversation is passed and whatnot, Garak pipes up.
Well, if what you say is true and something is going to happen tomorrow, it's awfully... Well, we're going to be quite busy. The whole Caelindrae thing, they shut down the arcane boundaries to let the winds in. It allows us, or we're one of the forces that keep, like, the wyverns at bay. And we're kind of on call for that. We're gonna be here, though, and hopefully no wyverns decide to show up tomorrow. If you figure out more of what is going on and where, come back and talk to us. We'll try to lend some help, if we can.
Do you know of any other allies that would be willing to help? I could at least drop an anonymous tip at the guild hall.
Wouldn't hurt. Like I said, a lot of the sentinels are either... There's a lot that picked up the guard duty since the tournament got canceled. And then a couple of us stronger ones are on call for the wyverns. Don't know specifics. You can talk to other people. But I know that there's word that the guards are looking for you. I don't think everyone will be as open to hear what you have to say. We at least we know you somewhat.
This is really frustrating. We came here hoping that this town would be a little bit more relaxing. Whatever. All right, then. I guess we'll have to just suffice with an anonymous tip. But keep your eyes peeled. It's probably going to be nasty. The tree that they stole is... I don't understand it, but it seemed very powerful. And whatever they need it for is going to be big.
Here, take this with you.
And he reaches into one of his pockets and pulls out a small stone, and he passes it to you.
This is words of Windstone. I think that's what it's called back, all right?
And she just kind of shrugs. More or less.
I'll let you send some words into my ear. At least once. You only get a couple words. So if you know where we can go, tell us. We'll be there.
All right, then. Thank you. And he'll pick up the words of Word of Windstone.
Something like that.
And I guess he'll go out to the main bar and look for Greg.
All right. As we will shift a little bit back towards Greg, who arrives at the bar. I'll say you don't see Rhukkarrak's Drakthir form, as by the time you arrived, they would have been in the back room. But would you like to look around for the orcish individual?
Yeah.
Okay. You look around and you haven't met this individual before, so you're not exactly positive, but there also isn't like a ton of orcs, especially because both Vakra and Gorak are probably the two other orcs that would have been in here are currently in the back room. So it's pretty easy to pick out, yeah, there's the feminine orc, as she's sitting alongside a pretty burly feminine woman or elf, and they're enjoying each other's company, having a drink. But you don't recognize either of them personally.
Okay.
What would you like to
I'm
do?
on approach.
Yep. They kind of don't
And-
pay you much attention unless you want to get, like, how close do you get, like, right up to their table?
Yes. I'm gonna like do a backflip onto the table. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna stand close.
Okay. At first, they don't pay you any mind. Just seem to be enjoying each other's company currently. But as you linger a little bit, a little too close for their comfort, the orcish woman calls out, "Can I help you with something?"
Yes, sorry. I don't mean to pry or be rude. Is your name Orta by chance?
That it is. What can I do for you?
Well, if you don't mind, I would like to speak to you for a bit. I know you're busy, and I promise I won't take much of your time. I'm sorry again, but something important came up. My name is Greg, by the way. I'm pleased to meet you.
Pleased to meet you, Greg. We haven't met before, right?
Yes, we haven't. I come to you with a request from a friend, I guess.
All right. She just looks at the other elven woman who just kind of shrugs. All right. Well, if you make it quick, I don't. She stands up and looks down at you. You wanna go over
Would
to
you
that
mind
table?
walking with me? Would you mind walking with me over to your workshop?
They share another glance of, like, confusion. Go ahead and just roll me a persuasion check.
Sure. Persuasion. Let's see. 5? Oh no.
I think we can talk here. I don't think we need to leave.
Sure. We'll talk here.
Is it something that can be said out loud, or do you want to go? What is the basis of why you're pulling me away from my nights and festivities?
I am really sorry to disturb your night. And I see that you are in good company, but I promise you, it won't take me long. And yes, it could be said out loud, I guess, but I would rather, maybe discuss it in private if you're willing to. did you hear? You know, I'm sure you heard. City is a bit chaotic right now.
That
There's
it
some
is.
stuff going on, and that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I just wanted to ask for your help.
All right, I don't know how I fit into this whole scenario, but there's a table over here. Let me grab another drink, and I'll meet you over there, okay?
Okay.
All right. Sword time, and the two of you are not in an enclosed room, but a little bit of space in between you and prying ears. Is this about a weapon that you want made or something? Because if so, I'll ask you to just visit me in the morning when I'm open.
No. This is about a weapon I think you already made or you modified. I think
All right.
it belongs to a very dear friend that needs it for what's coming. So we can fight, and I think if, well, your reputation is accurate, then it can certainly turn the tide of battle in his hands. I think you know what I'm speaking about.
I work with a lot of weapons, a lot of different people. You're gonna have to be a little
It's
more
a
specific.
halberd, I remember. I've seen him wield it a couple times. Very powerful weapon. He's very fast with it. Can make it come around very quick for unexpected blows. He's a green Drakthir. Very honorable person.
That's what I was gonna ask. That definitely narrows it down to one individual that I'm working with, yes.
It's very uncommon to see one of his kind, isn't it?
I mean, Drakthir not so much, but the green part is what has got me a little curious.
Yes.
What I'm working on that. It's one of the things that I just am currently working on. It's not gonna be done for another couple days.
Another couple days.
I told him it was gonna take like a 10-day.
Okay. Well, I guess that settles it then.
Is that
I
all
guess,
you wanted to? I'm sorry, I'm just
if-
a little confused as to why this matters.
Oh, because, you know, there
Y'all
is...
going and fighting some sort of beasties and you were hoping to get it, I guess?
No, not to be a cliche of my people, but there is conflict coming.
I'm
And
sure there is. There always is.
yes,
It's what keeps me in business.
Exactly. But this is something that is kind of a big deal, I guess. Is there maybe like another halberd I could take out on loan for him?
I don't have another one.
Okay. I wouldn't rush your job, you know. I don't think that would be cheap or even possible, so...
It also is. I mean, I don't think I could give it to you in good knowing conscience. First of all, because I did it. I don't know if you know this individual personally. I mean, you look pretty honest, but at the same time, I don't know you. Secondly, using a weapon that is currently enchanted can be quite dangerous, or at least the ones that are not finished. It is currently gestating in its enchantment, if I call it that, and I will. And so using it could have all kinds of wild effects that you do not want.
Well, there is something that I wanna be known for is for keeping my word, so I won't take any more of your time. Thank you.
Alright, thank you. And conflict guide you, I guess.
Conflict guide us all.
she'll return back to the table. Around this time, Rhukkarrak and them step out of that other back room, and you two are able to notice each other's presence. But as that's happening, we're gonna once again transition back over to Asja and Euan. What are the two of you doing?
I'd assume that if we're
Guess we're going to play dress up.
I'll call the French maid's outfit.
Ooh, I like that one. Can I try the page boy?
Do it.
So Cyril, we can help you disguise yourself so you won't be notified, or at least recognizable to a point. She eyes Euan. There's extra risk in this, though. I mean, you both are wanted already. Going out during the curfew as well would not look good on anything you're trying to do here. I'm not saying this to dissuade you. I'm just making sure you know what you're going up against. It might be better just to wait, at least get some rest. You both look like, well, I helped pick you up off the floor. It might be better to just wait. If the Caelindrae is the target, that's not till midday. We have a bit of time.
If that's what you think is best.
Turn to Euan.
They are definitely from the same organization. Did I not just say that 2 minutes ago? And you kind of said, well, at nighttime it would be better, and that's why we got the crazy idea to go out after curfew?
I'm just saying.
It
is possible.
I'm wrong.
And if this is necessary, I think it's worth it. But I just don't know if going towards, if Bright Flame is your target here, I already think that's, neither of you know her, at least personally. It's already going to be risky going there. This on top of that. Now, if you were going to someone you knew, that would help. I think it would be worth the risk, personally. But here, I'll leave it up to you.
You no looked at Asja.
Don't look at
I
me,
can
the
admit I
only other
jumped the
name.
gun.
We
I'm
probably
sorry.
should sleep. No, it's fine. As I said, this does hurt more than the wyvern through the stomach, so maybe she's right. The only other name I know that might help based on... I don't even know if they're still here. Never mind. Ignore that suggestion.
Are we going to
Alright.
be able to rest here?
Yes, you can use the same room that you woke up in. I know it's not the most comfortable allotment, but there at least some sort of bedding. I'm sure it was easier than your trek here in the Sand Sea. So,
Cyril, I assume you know a lot about the people in charge of the city, right?
I try to keep informed, yes.
Fine. What do you know about the second commander? Malric Dornas.
The Spire Guard.
He would have shown up about...
Weird.
70-ish years ago, in the 60 years? I don't know how long he spent in Elendor.
I don't know as much about the Spire Guard themselves as well. With our type of business, it's usually not the best practice to go hunting in the den of your direct enemies, those who would want to lock you up. But it's also good to know about your enemies.
I was about to say that. Yep.
No, Malric is weird. I know that he showed up about 100 years ago. He was wounded from the war, and he recovered here, but the war ended before he fully recovered. And I know that he's grateful. One of the few voices that keeps the Spire Guard together.
I'm confused. He came here 100 years ago.
Something like that. I don't know the specifics.
She kind of said. Then why does the city registry show him arriving? Why does the city registry then show him arriving? I can't do the math right now, but then between 60 and 70 years ago with my father.
No, maybe he left. I don't think he stayed in the city the entire time. That might have been when he was healed. I don't know.
So he left, came back, and took up second in command. But you say he's very private. I don't know. I have my suspicions that he's also from Mythendrel. But again,
I believe that's
guards,
correct, yes.
Spire guards. Yes. I don't know how much. Getting close to him, though, wouldn't be easy. It would be dumber than trying to get close to Bright Flame, I think. I just thought maybe, based on what the tree is, maybe he would still have some loyalty to Mythendrel. But if you say Spire Guard, I don't think that's... I think it would be braver to go and find an Inquisitor than it would be to find the second in command of the Spire Guard.
Yeah. I definitely don't see him as a type that would help here. Yet again, I don't know
I would
that
have one
much
trick
about
up my
it.
sleeve, but that's about it. So, but again, I think it would be dumb. We should probably go and rest until Greg and Rhukkarrak get back and find out what they know and start to make a plan, I guess.
Very well. I think that's a smart plan. We'll continue to hone down some details. I'll gather some of my people, and hopefully we can devise some sort of strategy to keep eyes on both the arena and the Somnum. And with that, you step out of the kind of planning war room here, if you would, and return to your small room there. Little musty, but it's safe. At least you hope it is. You see the cots, and yeah, if you want, you can just start resting now, or if there's any conversation the two of you want to share between yourself.
Hey, Dad. She's gonna gingerly sit on the edge of her cot. She's got a look of kind of deep concentration on her face. They would have to know. They would have to have knowledge of this tree, right? And it's not like Luminessa started learning about the tree As far as I know, she hasn't been his apprentice the whole time. At least not for intricate knowledge of this tree.
You're probably right.
You don't think my dad's involved, do you?
Euan will hear that and think about it. I think Asja would be able to see that he was thinking. In the minute or two of silence it would take as he packed his pipe and lit it and took a deep drag on it. I believe if your father warned you not to trust people that were looking into this, I don't think he would be involved.
This has nothing to do with the... She points up, you know.
Do we know that for sure?
No, we don't. You're very true. I don't know, just something isn't sitting right with me. How does a group of fanatics of the conflict have so much knowledge about these trees of power? As far as I know, yes, Luminessa understands about them, but not as much as others do. Not as much as it would take to do some sort of ritual. That even if Damaris can't even figure it out, how have they figured it out without some sort of knowledge of this tree? There were 6 names on the list I got from Elendor. I only found 2 here, but that doesn't mean that others didn't arrive here. She's going to pull out the list of names from her bag, the one from Elendor. I'd say we look at the 4 names that didn't arrive here. Especially if it's a cult of conflict, I doubt you wanted to enter and let people know you're here. Maybe one
Probably
of
not.
those 4.
What other names do you have?
My father and Maloric Dornas. Those were the only 2 that were registered as arriving, and they arrived together. That's why I was confused that Maloric arrived 100 years ago, when... Anyways.
The
So,
other 4
before
names...
I was even born! Yeah.
The other 4 names don't ring any bells or whatnot. They, like, you can read them out. It appears 2 of them are feminine, 2 of them are more masculine, but yet again, that's hard to tell with elves. Yeah, they don't ring any bells. If one of them does ring a bell, I will let you know.
No worries. I'm not looking for bells. I'm just... This is Asja's thought process at the moment of... Somebody needs to know something about this tree. More knowledge than people in Valtori had.
If someone is trying to stir conflict and the tree is the source that they're doing this with, it would stand to make sense that someone who understands more of the workings, or who even traveled with someone who did and could have learned, would know what to do to make everything tick. Would also help if that person had a high station within the politics of the city. I don't know if we can discredit Malric, whatever his name is that you said.
I don't think so either. Especially not if he was here when Mithindril fell.
I
If
have
he was
also
from
never
Mithindril,
felt the bite
and
of a blade like that.
he knew what he was doing, that's for sure.
Here's my question: if someone knew what the tree was and they were trying to start conflict, it was burned to the light of radiance, which doesn't feel right to me.
As
And
you
perhaps
ponder on that, Euan, you do recognize a similar, like you've seen individuals use radiant energy, life energy, like pure honed life energy for harm rather than good. I mean, Asja is a very perfect
Right.
example of this. And there's something about her energy that is similar in a sense. Definitely not the same brand, if you would, but there's a likeness.
there is similarity to the way that you use your magic and the way that the magic in that blade affected me. They're not one and the same. But you've had a hunch you've been following, and I don't know if that hunch is incorrect.
My father's madness is because his heart still searches for my mother, I guess. Maybe one day when I find him, I can tell him she's waiting for him back in Mithindril. But I wonder if the insanity of guilt, of not being there, of not being able to protect your loved ones, I wonder if that can drive someone to do something as vile as this.
Once again, I will say that I could be wrong, but the insanity that you described, when
I don't mean my father, I mean I think you're right that it might be Maloric. If what Sorel was saying was he was here, then he's lost everything too. But he wasn't there to defend them. So maybe his insanity is different than the Elandra's insanity. Maybe his is something that you could have been fated to as well. Except for you were strong enough to get through it.
perhaps I may have been fated to at one time, well before I met you.
I saw a hint of it today.
I'm not proud
It's
of
not
that,
the
you know.
first time. It's not the first time I've seen it. Many people get the guilt of surviving these things. Even I fall into it occasionally. But those that aren't strong enough, or that blame themselves, maybe aren't strong enough to push through, would drive them
Perhaps,
down darker paths.
perhaps that is why I never fell into that kind of insanity. I didn't outlive my people, little one. I died with them. I came back as something more.
You came back green, that's for sure. Well, let's wait for Rhukka and Greg to get back. Then we can discuss everything. Because it's just a theory right now, I don't want to tell Sorrel my thoughts in case it's completely wrong. But
Perhaps they should have some warning that there's a possibility it could be.
you sit and smoke your pipe. I'll at least give her a heads up. Then come back and lay down until the other two get back.
All right. As Asja heads out to inform Sorrel, just for brevity's sake, how much do you clue her in on your theory?
Okay, when she gets there, is Damaris still in the room? Because we left Damaris in the room.
No,
Is
he
he still
would
there?
have left at that point.
He would have
would be
left.
rested.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it just her in the room? Her and Asja in the room?
Now, there was a
Or
couple
other
other
others?
individuals she would be talking with. If you wanted to say, like, can I have
Yeah,
room?
could you-
She would have
Yeah.
told the others to give her a moment as the two of you speak.
Basically, could she have the room and then she will be herself. She'll be open and honest because she wants to trust Sorrel and she wants Sorrel to trust her in return. So, you know,
Okay.
they've got to get through this. Why hide stuff?
Say Sorrel will say more or less the following. It could be very possible that's the case. Like I said before, I don't know him that well, and I don't even know if he arrived 100 years ago. If you have proof that he arrived whenever you said, that's probably more accurate than my knowledge. I was just trying to
It's
give you
in the
what
archives.
I
Sorry.
didn't know that. So, this is good. It's at least a lead. I can potentially have a spy go look. Again, that's dangerous, but might be worth it. Thank you for bringing this to me.
If nothing, we know perhaps who we're facing. At least somewhat what we're facing. Alright. I'm going to go lay down again and pretend like I wasn't sliced in half by some maniac with a sword. That's gonna be hard. And she walks out of the room.
Alright. And with that, we'll transition back over to the desert chapter, where Rhukka and Greg reunite in the blazing sun. One final call from Gorak, who calls out,
Yet again, keep us informed.
they return to
I will do that.
some drinking.
Well, Greg, we should probably head out quickly. I believe curfew will be soon. But I want to leave a notice really quickly with the chapter master.
Okay.
And we'll start walking out the door to the...
Easy enough. You can head out into the night sky above you. The desert chapter getting very quiet at this point. You can see even the tavern there. Most individuals are tuning in for the night. There's a couple others that seem to be a bit more enjoying their drinks, but it's quieting down. Are you wanting to go towards the main hall and just leave a note? Or how would you like to go about doing this?
Yes. Main hall, leave a note. Just basically, he's going to pretend to be a witness to what went down in the Oasis. And he's going to just really quickly talk about some of the rumors that he heard about what's going to happen tomorrow. And that it's because it was concerning that what the storm wardens are saying, it conflicts with what he saw there at the Oasis. That's why he is notifying the Sentinels and not the Wardens.
Okay. And are you just writing this on a piece of paper to give to Lorangar? You arrive at the hall, and yet again, it's relatively quiet. There's a secretary or sort that would see you, and that you could hand it off towards.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you'll just pass it off and head back out.
Yeah, they would just look at it to him. And yeah. Note left. Hopefully it will reach the chapter master's eyes. And hopefully there'll be some action taken on their part. That's all you feel comfortable doing, not knowing exactly the disposition of Lorangar on your guys' standing in the city. So with that, you pick yourselves up and start to head out. Are you heading back towards the Oasis?
No. Headed back to the hideout.
Which is in the Oasis, yes.
Oh yeah, that's where that's where it came out. Yes, head back to the Oasis.
Okay. Alright. So yeah. Let's say if you can't take the airways. If you try to go towards the airways, the guards pipe up and say, it's after curfew, you were supposed to be in your quarters.
It's already past curfew?
We're shutting down the airways for the night.
Okay. Then, yep, he'll just try to skulk back. Best he can.
So, yeah, there are other ways to get out of the desert chapter other than the airways, but it's on foot and would probably take you guys a decent amount of time. You don't know the city super well, and so it's going to take a couple checks to see how long it takes you to get there. First, let's go ahead and have you roll a stealth check to see how stealthily the two of you can be.
Fortunately, the two places Rhukkarrak knows best are the chapter and the Oasis. So, not that he's traveled there much without the airway, but that's not great. 11 on stealth.
And Greg's stealth is great. So using Greg's very high passive perception, and now even higher, or not necessarily, but thematically, without the helm over your head, you can see clearer, or at least you feel like you can. And so you're able to see any patrols or anything that you would run into and make your way throughout the city. Once again, you're greeted by the many decorations that are just put up practically everywhere. It is quite the journey to walk on foot throughout the city. The city is quite large, but it's possible. Go ahead and just roll a survival check, the two of you now, to see how long it takes you to find your way through the winding corridors.
Why do my dice hate me today?
Oh, well, luckily, Greg comes in clutch again.
I'm just following Greg with my head bowed at this point.
Yeah, Rhukkarrak, you just have not traveled on foot on the city much, but Greg or Maldorwen actually did a fair amount, especially in the Spire District, and you need to kind of pass through the Spire District, or at least a portion of it, to get to the Oasis from the Desert Chapter. So you're able to lead the way and eventually find your way back towards where you exited the hideout. You do see that there are, as you approach the doorway there, the entrance is completely concealed. It's like a wall of a building that is like flat. It was open when you left, but it is completely flat. After pondering there for a moment of like, oh, is this where we were? A cloaked individual hops down and allows access, knowing who you are and a watch out for you too. With that, you're led back into the interior here, as the two of you feel quite exhausted. It's been a very, very long day. And you enter back in, find that same room, and you see both Asja and Euan within the room. If not already sleeping, getting pretty close to it, as probably took you about... The two of you, Asja and Euan, were probably sitting in the room for a good 30 to 40 minutes after your discussion there before they return.
So Euan would still be awake. He'd be nearing the last couple of draws from his pipe at this point.
Yep. Asja would be writing in her journal.
Okay.
So as we enter the room, Dean is gonna turn towards Euan and say, "Fortis, brother, did you find anything out? I'm sorry, I didn't have any luck with your halberd. It's not ready, it seems like. Oh,
Quite all right. I appreciate you trying anyway. All we found out was that they seem to be planning to do something both in the arena and in the Somnum district. Whatever happens, we're going to end up having to split forces between our allies and us.
the arena. That doesn't bode well for my sister. I think I need to talk to Cyril. If that's what's gonna go down, I'd rather Brisa not be there, if at all possible.
What were you saying, little one?
I was just saying, because we didn't understand how it worked, but apparently that's where they start. Then, apparently they just store their dead for a whole cycle. Apparently all of the dead are brought out at that point. I guess their spirits are let up to the elements, and then apparently from there the procession goes from the stadium to the Somnum, and people are carrying balls of light? I don't quite understand that, but apparently that's what happens after they do the purification of everything, is the families then carry the balls of light to the Somnum to do something with it there. So I don't know if that helps either of you understand.
Well, I discovered that they actually opened the barrier during this time, and it's protecting the city for this purification or whatever it is, and that the Sunblades are actually going to be stationed to help ward off wyverns and things like that, because there's not going to be a protection on the city. Sounds like an even bigger mess. And the reason why they're doing it that time.
So the
If
city's
you're
fighting.
going to try and get Brisa somewhere safe, I would say go first thing in the morning.
I'm gonna talk to Cyril and see if maybe she can get word to her not to be around. Watch out for whatever's coming. So if you'll excuse me.
We also... I think I might know who's behind all of this. But I'll wait till you get back.
Yeah, Mal is already... Oh, Mal. Dean is
Who's
already
Mal?
leaving
No.
the room. Yes, who's Mal? You're right. And gonna talk to Cyril, like, just to make it real quick. He just wants, like, someone to maybe, like, get a letter to her, like, first thing in the morning, or just, like, find her and tell her to watch out for those places.
Okay. Yeah, that... She says she can do that. That can be done.
Right. And then I'll get back to the group.
As Din does that, Rhukkarrak, you do feel a burning sensation of in your pocket as you remember the note that you are holding for Asja.
Oh, yes. And we stopped by our home for a bit, and there was a note for you, Asja. I'll pull it out,
For me?
hand it over.
Okay. She'll take it and... this is strange. She'll open it. Okay.
Go ahead and read that.
Yeah. Asja, I hope this note reaches you. I believe this is the right place. There are things I feel compelled to speak with you about. We may not know each other well, but after seeing the way you carried yourself last night, how you stood with those elves, I have reason to believe you'll want to hear what I have to say. Truthfully, I'm not sure who I can trust anymore, and as the days pass, my concern grows, for my own safety, yes, but more for the city's. If you're willing to find me at the Spire of Devotion, I'll be waiting. Lucan. Well... at least he wasn't another pretty face, apparently.
Wait, someone was ugly when you thought they were pretty?
Oh, no, it's okay. It's,
You and face palms.
Wait, are you talking about the guy you liked at the dance?
Maybe. Maybe I am talking
Oh.
about the commander's son. Lucan, yes, the boy from the dance. Who wants to meet me at the Spire of Devotion to talk to me about something. So, I guess I'm going to the Spire of Devotion to talk to him about something.
Well, that sounds
But this
excellent.
is also very good because I can get more information on... I'm just waiting for... Okay, I'm confused. Do we call him Din when it's just us, or do we just keep calling him Greg? I don't know what am I supposed to call him Greg to his face, or am I supposed to call him Din? Will he get upset if I call him Greg? Is that rude when if it's just a pretend name outside of the thing and I accidentally call him that in here? Is he angry? I'm not being respectful and calling him Din. You do understand Cartusi better than I do, both of you.
Malden Greg.
I don't really know anything about Cartusi that much, but I don't think down here it would be bad to call him either.
Okay, I like his name Din. I mean, Maldorwen was interesting, but I don't know. His full formal name, I don't know, it suits him much better. I like it. Powerful.
As Malden Greg returns.
Malden Greg.
Why not Greg then Mal?
Gregden Mal.
Greg Din Mal. Oh gosh.
That's Malden Greg's evil twin brother.
Oh,
Yes,
no.
Okubalam.
Yeah.
That's his true name. Ah.
It is me, Gregden Mal.
Anyways,
What did I
now that
miss?
you're back. I
Her
guess I
boyfriend
should
wants to
just
talk
ask,
to her.
What do you... He's not my boyfriend.
Euan chokes on the last smoke ring on his pipe.
Asja shuffles and kind of blushes a little. I'm just going to ask you, do you, when we're here, just us, do you prefer Din? And Greg just something we call you outside of here?
But yes, Greg is just a color. I mean,
Okay,
you can
I
call me
wasn't sure.
Initias if you want, but I think I prefer
like that
Dean,
name.
yes.
I like that name. It suits you.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
What was this about your boyfriend?
I don't have a boyfriend. Okay, maybe I will, but I don't know. We are staying here for a while. Anyways,
Will I
he
approve?
might be able. I hope so. Enough about that. Back to what's going on. Come on, conflict, guys. Conflict.
Yes. While you get him caught up, I'm going to go to bed. I'm exhausted. Death can be
You're-
quite exhausting.
You're going to want to hear this next part too.
Oh, fine.
The reason why it might be important for him to talk to me is because he's the commander's son. I have reason to believe that the second commander of the Spire Guard is actually the one that is in charge, is doing all of this. His name is Malaric Dornas. He's also a survivor of Mythendrol. He arrived here with my father about, I guess, 65 years ago or so.
That's plenty of motive.
Really?
Oh.
You would have to have pretty intimate knowledge of this tree, or have known somebody with pretty intimate knowledge of this tree to do whatever it is they're planning on doing with this tree, that not even scholars that have been studying it for hundreds of years understand what they could do with this tree. But they obviously have a plan of what they're going to do with this tree. Well, who might have knowledge of a tree, the tree of life, or the heartwood tree? Maybe somebody that grew up around it. And who might have motivation? Somebody that's insane because they weren't actually in Mythendril when it fell. And they should have been. I don't know. It's a theory.
Well,
but it's one that makes sense.
And you can find out more information tomorrow.
Well, I figure I can ask Lucan, who is the commander's son, what he knows about the second commander. Cyril doesn't know that much.
If she is going to go do that, would the two of you want to accompany me? Possibly to talk to Bright Flame.
Tomorrow morning?
Aye.
What would we... How would we even get close to her?
I would like to go with Asja, if that's okay.
That is fine. If that be the case, then I think I might have a plan for you and I to be able to get in to see Bright Flame. Rhukkarrak.
Oh, okay.
But you're tired. I'm tired. We're all tired. We all died. Well, at least we're not unconscious. We should rest and tackle this first thing in the morning.
All right. Good night, everyone. And Asja's going to very gingerly turn on her side and try and lean into bed carefully without getting on her back.
All right. With that, you all, one by one, find a resemblance of comfort. Even though your bodies still ache, the bruises still are sore, and it hurts. But unconscious does take you relatively quickly just because you're so exhausted. So you all sleep. And continue to sleep. And sleep some more. Before eventually you do hear Sorel call out. Alright, you all need to wake up. Time is running short. You all got some rest.
Do we need to roll dice and everything for the sake of restoring hit points?
Yes.
The rules that you laid out.
We'll do that. So go ahead and take a long rest, which is going to be, you can use half your hit dice in order to heal.
That is the worst roll ever. I got a 2, a 1, a 4, and a 2 on D8s.
So you should have only been able to roll 3d8.
Oh, 3d8? Okay, then I guess I'll lop off the last 2, or do you want me to re-roll?
They're half your hit dice. Just go ahead and re-roll. I'll let you re-roll because that was a pretty bad roll.
So that's plus my Constitution modifier times 3, so plus 9?
Correct.
So that's actually 24 for me, right?
Yep.
So I got 16.
I got back 31.
Very nice.
So I can roll 3 of these. Sorry, I was doing the math.
Oh, Asja, I also picked this up at the place, and he's going to hand you the healer's kit.
Oh, hey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Sorry. Oh, excellent.
Cool. Don't forget to get to add your Constitution modifier times 3.
Yep.
Oh, thank goodness. That's 6 more. Okay, good. Thank you.
Yep, but you do get all your spell slots back. Anything that recharges on a long rest does recharge. And then after the long rest is had, you get your half your hit dice back as well. You get the 3 back.
I rolled my 3d8 and then
Alright.
I added my constitution. Everything should be showing
As you all groggily wake up, the bruises and whatnot still are there, very still present, but at least a little bit recovered. You can move around a little more limberly than you could before. Cyril at the door still. We probably have a few hours. I would say 3 or 4. At most. We probably want to be there well before it begins, though. If it's happening right as the Caelindrae begins. Did you all, looking towards Rhukkarrak, did you all find anyone? Did you talk to the Sunblades?
Yes, I got a stone for contacting the Sunblades. So when we need them, we can tell them. Is there a particular location? They are planning on covering the arena.
They're covering the arena?
I believe so. They're
stadium.
on a stadium. Yes. They're on Wyvern watch during the ceremony.
Right. That makes sense, because they do the right wins. Well,
I can only send a message once, so if we want them in a different position or want to get them extra information.
no, I think that should work. I'll have me and my group. We'll check out the Somno. You all are going to be at the stadium.
That works for me.
I think that works.
I hope that our force is enough. We lost a fair amount yesterday as well. And we were able to bring some of us back. Looking at Ruka again. But humans are short. Really short. Right. Well, if we're going to go to Bright Flame or whatever, now's your chance to do so. Good luck.
Yes.
She
Euan, what
turns
is
to leave.
your plan?
Where is your room of... For at least... I would assume wearing a pure white dress with rainbowed hair might get me a little attention. Where's your room of disguises stuff that you were talking about?
We got a whole bin of clothes and whatnot you can change into. And she'll
Great.
show you guys a place where you can find cloaks and different, like a epic disguise kit, basically. And there's a couple individuals that can help you put on some disguises that will help you keep out of view. Not quite as good as a full-on illusion that would overtrace your body like disguise self, but pretty good to disguise yourself. So you take a couple 20-ish minutes all disguised up. Is there any particular notes that any of you want to make about your disguises?
Yes.
Okay.
So Euan is going to don is going to look for clothing similar to what Rhukkarrak is wearing. in a capacity. It doesn't matter if it's worn out or anything like that. And then he is going to find some charcoal and start rubbing his entire body down with charcoal to have the appearance of a black Drakthir.
Okay.
I believe black Drakthir are some of the ones that exist in the world, correct?
Black Drakthir are one of the
And
more
the smell of
commons.
beef jerky.
And the smell of beef jerky, yeah.
Yeah.
So while I'm doing this, I will turn to Rhukkarrak. If we're going, you can turn into a black Drakthir. I don't remember if I've seen Rhukka turn into a black Drakthir or not.
Yes,
Okay,
you have.
so I would say turn into your black Drakthir, and you can help your aging, mobility-impaired grandfather to seek audience with Bright Flame.
All right. That's works. And while you are taking all the time in the world to disguise yourself, he'll just easily just transform his.
His little twirl.
You will
and
stop
poof,
for a
Black
second
Drakthir.
and just kind of purse his lips for a moment and narrow his eyes like, I think I'm actually slightly jealous right now. As he continues to rub his entire self down with the charcoal, letting it get caught in all the nooks and crannies and spots in all the scales, so that way it'll actually stick.
Yep.
And he'll get new clothing out of the bin just so it's not is recognizable and be similar to Euan.
Danny's gonna have like a hunter's hat on, and he's also gonna wear like a large poncho in like shades of gray and some blue to cover his breastplate and his weapons.
Asja is going to, I guess, braid back her hair and look for some sort of dress or something in there that is possibly hooded.
I mean, they have full, like,
But she'll ask
shawls
the
and cloaks.
expert, like, like what would fit the look of today, because it is obviously a holiday, so people are going to dress a certain way.
Yeah, and they inform you that most people will be wearing cloaks and
Perfect. She is
shawls.
going to find a nice, big kind of. Okay, she'll just throw like a simple black dress on, and I guess she'll put a shawl, like a head covering, over her head and tie it, like kind of tie it a bit so that it just looks like it's a head covering to cover her hair. But she's not
works.
gonna make herself look suspicious, like, oh, look at me in this deep dark cowly thing,
Cowl. That was the other word I was looking for. Yeah, they have a lot of those.
Oh.
Right.
Ozzy goes full Sith Lord over here.
You guys disguise up and head out. Once again, following the secret exit through the Oasis district here. And heading towards... Go ahead.
Euan will also swap out the intricately carved cane sword that he has been using for either a walking staff or a very plain, basic cane.
Yeah.
And then he'll take the time to store a couple of his hand axes under his cloak.
Yeah. You can do that. Hand axes stored, cane acquired. You hobble your way through the Oasis district up towards the Spire district. And that's where everyone's going, I assume?
Yeah.
Yep. So as you arrive in the Spire district, the towering spires, once again, you are Asja and Euan, the first time you're seeing all the decorations that are abound. And it doesn't do it as much justice as the sky is brighter, and so the candles aren't as ethereal, but it's still very beautiful and very serene as the city is scaped in just these immaculate remembrances to those that have fallen. All the candles still flicker their flames, literally breezing in the quiet wind. You arrive, and then split, I assume, Asja and Maldorwen heading towards the Spire of Devotion, while Rhukkarrak and Euan, where are the two of you heading?
Wherever Bright Flame is, I suppose I should have asked. What's her face?
Yeah, Sorrel would say your best
Sorrel,
bet
thank you.
would be the Spire of Governance. But even then, he would have re-emphasized it's kind of a blind draw. Like, if you don't know her personally, it's going to be difficult to get an audience with her the day of.
Right, well, none of us really know her personally that I know of, so here's hoping for the best. If it fails, it fails. If not, we might die, but that's fine.
Alright. So first we will follow Asja and Din, or Greg. Greg 2.0? No. As you two enter the Spire of Devotion. And Din being here the day before, it's very similar, not much has changed. You do see other decorations that have been put up specifically for the Caelindrae within this spire as well. They're not as cluttered, but still you do see candles amidst like the large statue of Alamor in the center there. There's a whole array of candles, and there's a large amount of people in here, more so than the day before, that are quietly sitting in reverence and remembrance. People they have lost, whether that be during this last year or someone they're just taking this day to remember. As you do enter, where are you two heading? There's the large depiction of Alamor in the middle there, and you see all kinds of people.
I was just gonna turn to Greg.
Did you have something you wanted to do?
Well, take a moment maybe, but I don't know if we can spare any time. Do you see him?
Oh, you're here to crash my date. I get it. Okay.
She'll take a look over the room.
He might not talk then.
No, it's not like that. I was planning on going near you if you want to point them out. You know, I think I can hear fairly well, and I'm small. I can try and pick up whatever, if you don't mind, or I can just stand in the middle of the room there, like over to the base of the statue, keep an eye on you, just to be sure you're safe. I don't mind either way.
I do trust him, and I hope you trust me to pass any information that he would tell me to you.
I trusted you with my name. I trust you with my life, Asja.
Then maybe go around the crowd and see if you can hear anything else. And
She'll gotta take a peek around the room. Is there any elven men she kind of recognizes a little? Or is there anybody to the sides that might be acting a little, I don't know, on edge?
Yeah, go ahead and just make a perception check for me.
I think I saw them, like, at the ball. Can I help with that?
Yeah.
God, I hope so.
Sure. So I guess
Go ahead and
roll
make a
again.
perception as well.
I just gotta lean down.
Can I give Asja advantage?
Yeah.
All right. Can I guide her as well?
How do you do so?
I'm gonna
pull out a guitar. Conflict. No.
Yes. I think
Turn into the Motley Hue.
I will like look at the ceiling and like see what's going on and like feeling that it's an important occasion for us. Like I will try to have Alamore's light shine brighter on him so Asja can see.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll once more and add a d4 to the roll.
Sorry, I'm ignoring something. Okay, perception. And a d4. Okay, so 17, 18, 19.
19 total. It takes you a minute.
She's got her hottie She's got her hottie radar going. Where is he?
No.
Bing, 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 bing.
It takes you a moment, as there are a lot of people here, and as you start to scan them, you don't immediately pick out the familiar visage of Lucan. And for a second you get discouraged before you do see off to the side there is a smaller back room. And Maldorwen or Din, you would have recognized this as where the other nobles were taken and recovering. It's like a recovery room, basically. And for a second, you don't see anything, but then almost like a hint of the Alamore light glances off the statue there for a moment and just illuminates right as Lucan steps out of that room for a moment and just looks a little flustered before going over and like getting a drink from like a beverage spot where they like provide water for people here.
Drinks and snacks. This is a good place.
There's not really snacks,
over
but
there.
there is like water.
She'll kind of not make it look like she's leading down, but like she'll very quietly kind of say down to Din. He's over there by that statue getting some water.
All right, I'll go check
Give
the
a
room.
little space, but at the same time, my back still really hurts from being stabbed in it, so I appreciate that you're here to watch it.
I appreciate you trust me watching your back. Good luck. I will see what I can hear.
Not just here, but keep your eyes open for anybody doing something strange. I don't know.
Absolutely.
I think we should watch everything today. Everything could be a sign of something.
And she'll kind of primp a little and then head on over to. She'll give herself a quick prestidigitation. As you know, it's not like they've been in a bathhouse and she got like cut down, laid in a pool of blood, then sat in a pool of blood, you know, and has been in a sewer all day. So she'll just kind of give herself a little bit of a woo, fresh scent.
Right.
There we go.
Right. Yep. All right. As you approach Lucan, his form, his kind of rough brown hair, his clothes that are quite fine in make, but there's always, and even prior when you met him at the ball, you noticed this, there was like always a little portion of his outfit that just isn't all the way done, and you don't know if it's intentionally that way or if he just doesn't care as much, but like a collar is kind of bent out of shape or something. He looks like a noble, but not one that super belongs, if you would say. And he is a bit flustered and filling up a little water skin and drinking from it as you arrive. And you're still in disguise. So, can I help you? And it takes him a minute before he recognizes your disguise doesn't completely make you.
Yeah, no.
Wait. Is that you?
Mm-hmm.
I almost
It
didn't
is.
recognize you. I mean, he
That's
looks
the point.
around. Everything okay? Are you okay?
Not so much, but
I was worried you wouldn't
after some
show up.
healing. Well, I did die yesterday, but we're back to life now.
Let's here, come with me. And goes and grabs you by the hand and starts to lead you into the back rooms there.
Okay.
Uh,
She'll kind of like give a look out to the crowd to Matt, like to Din, and with a hand that motion like she's going in here, and if you want to follow, please don't leave her alone type deal.
yeah. And then you very much pick that out if you want to follow.
I'll keep my distance though.
Okay. Go ahead and just roll me a stealth check. Not to, like, be super
Sure.
secretive, but just to... Oh, man. Then poofs, vanishes. Alright. So as Lucan pulls you into this recovery room, you see... And this is the first time you're seeing these nobles that you witnessed the night before, or I guess 2 nights ago now, that were killed. And now they are back, and some of them are recovering better than others. You see some of the older ones are still struggling with the morose movements of stiff bodies that you're a little familiar with yourself. And you do see other golden-robed individuals helping as Lucan pulls you back further. As he eyes over, and you do see Lucan's father, at least you believe it's his father, the same individual, the commander, is bedridden currently, lying down on a bed. As Lucan just looks towards him with worry, before looking back at you and pulling you further into alcove that's a little more secluded. Thank you for coming. I didn't know if you would even still be around with everything that's happened. I don't know how they're blaming you.
Easy. They don't know who to blame, but now they have someone to blame. It makes the city feel a bit better, I guess. But I
Me-
need to ask you a question.
Okay.
You go first, sorry. Sorry, no, you first.
I just... The whole incident there with the ball just had me on edge. Why? And I did a bit of poking around. I think I found, or at least he looks around again, trying to make sure there's no one overhearing. And I think Din is probably the only one within earshot. But he doesn't recognize Din with the 20-something stealth check. I think I know who's behind it, truthfully.
Maloric Dornis?
You know, how?
She kind of looks into the room and don't think this is more than it is, and she quickly kind of wraps her arms around his neck as if she's like hugging, kind of, as if two people who had a relationship are like, having a serious talk and they're hugging kind of deal. She kind of leans her head in towards his ear that's not visible to the room. And she's very quietly going to whisper, I lied to you. I'm sorry. I do know who I am. And I know where I'm from. And I know where he's from. And we're from the same place. He arrived with my father, who I've been searching for. That's how I know.
You know of him then?
I do. Well, I know his name. And I know he traveled with my father. I know he's the second in command of the Spire Guard. And
Well, he was the second in command. I don't know if I'd call it that anymore. He looks back past you towards where his father was laying. I believe a large portion of the reason behind that attack was not only to target my father, but to target his ineptitude, his lack of ability to protect. Maldorwen has more or less taken control of the Spire Guard. Which... Have you met him?
Well, and she kind of leans back and smiles. No, my luck is that every lead I get that might get me closer to my father, unfortunately, something gets in the way, and I wanted to until I realized last night that he was probably the one that stabbed me in the back yesterday, so...
Yesterday?
Don't know if... What? The attack at the Oasis didn't come out?
There was another attack?
yes, yesterday. Yesterday we took something to the Oasis with somebody else
more
that we're
guide
working
us
with.
all.
And then when we were there, I guess Maldorwen and a bunch of the cultists showed up. And basically, from what I understand, they slaughtered everyone, including myself, when I was trying to escape with the object that they wanted, but we wanted. It's hard to explain without telling you everything, and with being here, I can't tell you everything, and I don't think it would be safe to tell you everything anyways, because it would put you in danger.
That's probably and like he's like panicking. Probably a good thing. Right. Well, this is all bad. Maldorwen is a very interesting individual, and I don't mean that in a good way. He was weird before he left, and now when he returned, he's been so bizarre. I don't...
Can you confirm something for me? Have you ever seen his Elandris? Is it green? Or is it red?
Yes, I believe it's green.
green. Okay. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't somebody pretending to be from...
About a year ago, he left the city. But my father was actually quite glad. The two of them, while they worked together, a bit of rivals, you would say. But so we thought we were rid of him. Then he came back, and well, we had to question if it was really him. He acted so strange these last few months. I don't know what happened to him. I think he went down the Forsaken Riftlands with some people. I think he was the only one to return. I don't know why or what he was doing down there. All I know is he is not someone who should be leading the Spire Guard. I don't know what to do with this information. I barely know you. I don't even know why I'm telling you all this.
I understand the position you're in. I really do. And I'm going to ask you to trust me. How much sway do you have to maybe get us in to talk to somebody more higher up?
Who? I mean, it depends.
Oh. My dad, obviously. Not my dad, but my dad. And the orc that I travel with, Ruka. They both went to go and try and see Bright Flame. Suggested that she might help us.
I heard that she was at the fight.
She was there at the end. She saw that we were not trying to harm the nobles, we were trying to fight the air elementals that were there. Unfortunately, your father is in no condition to speak for us. And the only other idea I had was probably pretty stupid, but I had the Inquisitor go in my head the other day when he was questioning us about our involvement. He also knows that we didn't do what they're saying at the ball. Maybe if we're truthful with him about what we know, about what's going to happen today, starting at the stadium with your Caelindrae, the ceremony that's going to happen today. There's going to be an attack.
Another one?
Somewhere between the stadium and the Somnum district, or at both of those locations.
What would their purpose be? Like, oh, I can't.
We don't know, but we need as many allies as we can, because right now, unfortunately, because Malork is in charge, all of the Spire Guards are kind of looking for the four of us. Now, do you understand how the four of us are very much being blamed with this? There's somebody higher up who wants to stop us because we know what this object is that they took from us.
I mean, I could get word to Bright Flame, potentially. The Caelindrae is today, though. She's gonna be busy with the arcane protections.
The Caelindrae is the target. Come with me. She grabs your hand, grabs Lucan's hand. Follow me. And she'll walk out. She'll start walking out, but she's looking for Din.
Right. Din, go ahead and just roll a perception check to see how much of the conversation you're picking up. He's not very high. Because you were able to get him pretty close with your stealth.
Oh, okay. Give me a sec. For some reason, my DDI is not working.
Blasphemy.
Come on. Oh. It was working just a second ago. What the hell?
We'll just say with your passive perception being ridiculous. You pretty much heard the entire thing.
My passive perception is 20, yes.
Yeah. It would not be much you missed. I'd say probably like the only thing would be like when Asja pulled him in really close and said about her father. Whatnot, but that's about it.
Mm-hmm. Right, so when Asja pulls him away, I'm gonna make myself known just so they can see, or she can see me.
Oh, good. Stay in the alcove. And she grabs Din's hand and pulls him into the alcove instead, because he rolled such a good stealth, there was no way her perception isn't that good.
She didn't.
With insight, she'd be able to.
Din didn't roll a stealth to be actually hiding, just more to blend in with the crowd, and so he was looking specifically forward, and he would have been able to.
We'll also play it that she is not exactly used to looking for a mop of curly blonde hair. She's used to looking for a helm with feathers.
That's true too.
And the stealth and everything. All right, Greg. This is
Yes.
Lucan.
Hi.
He's just confirmed exactly.
Hey.
Remember last night who I thought was behind all of this?
Okay, and
Yeah,
we have
he's
a
just
plan.
Well, that's the problem. He could possibly help us.
If Maloric is planning another attack on the Caelindrae, I don't know why. I don't know what we're gonna just like. He controls the entire Spire Guard.
I think the safest thing for you now would be to come with us, and I think we should just try to protect him because he knows, and they're gonna trust him, not us. So, whatever happens, he needs to make it.
Well, I would say also, and she points to the commander also needs to make it. Sounds like Maloric has quite the chip on his shoulder towards the commander and would really like his position.
But we would. Should we take him with us, or we could ask Cyril to, bring some people that we can trust to watch over him? But I think you, Lucan, should come with us.
Where are we going?
I think we should take him to the safe house, the safe place. Or I don't know, Asja.
Around this time, the two of you notice, especially Din's best perception, you see a bunch of movement starting to happen outside of the room where there was the Statue of Valmor. A bunch of people are moving.
Go check what that is.
Lucan looks out. Is it time already?
No, we were told that we had a few hours. Can't be time already.
Depends on if,
If you're coming with us, you need to come now. Trust that your father is safe here with Alamor. But the information that you have would greatly help us out.
Alright, I'll follow, but I don't know what I can do.
Can you fight? Can you do any magic? Can you do anything like that?
Not much. Like, twirls his hand a little bit and a little bit of gusts wrap around the air. It's not really my thing.
But if something happens to your father, but something doesn't happen to you, Mallard can't claim the commander position, correct?
I've stated multiple times I do not want that position. I think it would be very easy for him to persuade people to not let me have it. I still don't think I want it.
We'll talk about this later. Come with me. Sometimes you have to do things you don't want to do. And she'll just start... Let's go, Din. Sorry, Greg. And she'll just start dragging.
Is it Din or is it Greg? Who knows? Alright. So as the three of you now, start to rush, where are you rushing towards? As you leave that room there, you do see there's quite a bit of a procession, if you would, heading out the doors of the Spire of Devotion.
Do we take this opportunity to blend in and then...
Yes, that's a good idea, actually.
Alright, you know more about this than I do. Really had to blend in before. Let's go.
If they were gonna target Lucan, it would be very difficult in the crowd, but I think we should try to blend in.
Right. Let's blend in.
I
Okay.
guess she'll hold Lucan's hand nice and tight and bring him along.
He's following. Best visibility. We'll move out towards the Spire of Governance, where both Euan and Rhukkarrak, disguised themselves, enter. There is not... I don't think either of you have been in this building before.
Nope.
Usually it's bustling, but right now it's not so much. There's quite the lack of staff on duty today, as it is a holiday, more or less, in the city of Aldari. But there is an individual at one of the desks that you can go and talk to, who pipes up as you approach. Oh, yes, can I help you? I don't... What do you need?
Rukka will look at Euan.
Euan is currently hunched over, the cloak drawn over his head. He's trying really hard to give the appearance of not being himself.
Okay.
Okay.
He's
well,
trying.
My grandfather here has some urgent news for the... Oh, who was it again, grandfather?
I must speak to Councillor Brightflame.
All right. Concerning what, may I ask? It's quite the day.
We heard news of a imminent attack on
An attack?
this day.
Where did you hear such a thing?
Life on the streets is not an easy one. But news travels fast. And tightly packed streets. I just want to make sure it reaches her ears before something happens.
Okay. Go ahead and the two of you give me persuasion checks.
Yeah, I'm so bad at these.
Yeah, I'm not good at them either, so, whatever. It's probably not going to
I see
happen.
it
We're
is
gonna
very
pray. We're gonna pray to the dice gods.
Well, 14 for me.
A 17 for Euan.
Those numbers aren't bad, as the clerk looks quite concerned. Well, the council is quite busy today. Is there... I can run maybe a note. This attack, where is it happening? What did you hear?
Something about the arena and this what's the name of it again, dear?
Somnum district.
Thank you.
Arena, look. Alright, I will inform the Spire Guard at once, and also try to get to Council Brightflame. What was your name?
My name is Kinaj.
Kinaj. Right. Thank you for alerting us.
And I believe it had something to do with a powerful life artifact or something. But not sure exactly what. Just
Hey.
keep on the lookout.
Will do. I will inform them at once. And you do see he starts to take out a quill and paper and start to pen a very quick letter.
And Euan will put his hand kind of weakly on the desk.
I know you're trying to do your job. I would prefer to get this message to her with my own mouth, so I know it has gotten to her properly.
I don't see that being possible.
Grandpa, I appreciate your devotion to this message, but I don't think we have time. There's other things we need to do.
Euan's shoulder will slump a little bit, and he'll nod, removing his hand.
Very well. Just please make sure it gets to her. If nothing else, make sure it gets to her.
Don't worry. It will. And with that, very quickly, he finishes penning this letter and wraps it up, and then looks towards one other individual that's currently here, like the only other individual, and gives them a nod before looking back to you both with another sense of urgency and concern in their eyes as they rush off to deliver said letter.
Yep, Rhukkarrak will help Euan out.
Thank you for that. I only hope it helps.
Me too.
Okay. And as the two of you exit the Spire of Governance, which is a little bit further than the Spire of Devotion, you do also see the elves here, and especially down the way out of the Spire of Devotion, starting to form like a procession that are heading towards like the general northern direction.
Euan will grimace as he sees it.
It's already happening. I hope we're not too late.
You also do hear a crier calls out, "The Caelindrae is beginning momentarily. Everyone to the stadium!"
Yes, let's hurry.
I
We're gonna head to the stadium ASAP.
Well, if there is enough time, and I will leave this up to the DM to judge, I would like to stop back and pick up the sword that I left at the the hideout. But
You
if
don't
not,
think there's time.
if not, I'll be all right with the hand axes as well.
Like the city, Sorrel said you guys had a couple hours, which obviously is probably not the case, but it did take you probably a good 30-40 minutes just to get to, well, maybe not quite that long, but close to get to from when you left the Oasis District, where you are now.
All right, that's fair.
Yeah, it would be going in the opposite direction to the stadium. As both Asja, Euan, and Lucan leave the Spire of Devotion, you see everyone moving towards the northern direction. You do see the Spire of Governance in the distance. I don't think you would be able to make out Euan and Rhukkarrak quite in the distance here. But what would you like to do? Hello?
Sorry, I
Hello?
was taking a look at something on my character sheet and I missed what you said.
No, Asja and
Sorry.
didn't. What are you guys doing? You just left the Spire of Devotion.
I guess when they hear the crier, she's just gonna look at Din.
What do we do? It's starting already. Where are the others? Do we just go to the stadium and hope we can run into them? And then what do we do with him?
Well, we need to keep him safe. And, well, I would also like to go to the arena because I want to make sure Brita is not there.
That's where we have to go anyways. That's where this all starts, isn't it?
I guess.
We're going towards the attack?
Yes. That's where you're gonna be safe for now. Because you're with us.
Okay. I will trust you, I guess. Let's go.
When we get wherever we're going, just find somewhere safe to just put you away. Don't worry, we'll keep you safe. Alamore, have mercy on all of us today.
You can see Lucan is visibly concerned.
So is Asja.
All right, you and Rhukkarrak, you follow in the procession. What are you two doing?
I mean, following the procession is probably going to be the safest bet. Although I wouldn't mind getting there ahead of time, but trying to portray a hobbled old man running probably isn't going to work unless we're just going to abandon all caution and go.
Okay.
Yeah. Ruka just wants to get through as quickly as possible, trying to get ahead of.
All right. So as you all...
Not necessarily like running, just trying to push ahead through the crowd.
Right. As you all start to begin to follow this all the way up north. It takes a good 20, 30, almost 40-ish minutes to travel from the Spire District all the way up to the stadium. There you can see a large portion of the city. Obviously, the entire city is not going to fit within the Glassview Stadium here. But there's a large bunch of people that are heading that way. And you join them and eventually arrive at the stadium. You see the bleachers are quite full, and there are people lining up and being chauffeured by Spire Guard that are overlooking everyone as well, as they all get funneled into the seating arrangements here. In the middle of the stadium, you do see there's a dais, a pedestal of sorts that wasn't there previously when you visited the Malvis game. You can see what appear to be like glass coffins lining it. Well, a decent amount of them as well, but very elegantly carved and crafted as everyone starts to take their seats. You're chauffeured into part of the crowd here and don't quite get there in time for sitting in a bleacher. We'll say you're not on like the best of seats, if you would, but you're have a good view of the central stage here. As the winds, as you walked, you noticed as well two main things. First of all, the winds had picked up quite drastically. And secondly, the sky above, where it's been primarily clear the entire time you've been in Veltari, as Almor shines through this little eye of the storm almost. You see that clouds start to billow in from the sides, starting to encompass the city in its whole, and giving a gloomy, kind of ethereal atmosphere of remembrance and reverence across the entire city. You can still see the faint light that diffuses from the clouds themselves as they start to overtake the opening there. And the small sunbeams are visible and cast quite large shadows still. It is not completely open to the light of Alamor itself. As you all do take your seats here, I'll say throughout the travels, you would be able to meet up with each other. It was a long enough time that you would have been able to find each other within the crowds, been able to group back together. Is there anything in particular you want to do with Lucan, or is he just all along for the ride here?
Does Lucan have any healing magic?
Maybe a little, not really, no. I could bandage a wound if it really needs be, but...
What is he doing here?
Useless. Well, we thought we'd have time to get back to the hideout, but guess what? We didn't. Because your friend doesn't have good time sense. I thought she said we had like 3 or 4 hours at least.
I will say, it's weird. The Caelindrae usually does not begin this early, but... I mean, it obviously is.
So they push it up. They're intentionally making it sooner to make a spectacle.
Look, we have confirmation. It is Maldorwen who is doing this.
Okay. Well, Lucan, just keep your head
So
down.
all of these
Stay out of
spire
trouble.
guards around us, by the way, they're all under his control.
Yeah, it complicates things. Well,
Yeah,
we'll probably just have
because
to wait
now
till
you have
whatever
a
this-
big stadium full of very live people being surrounded by guards that are supposed to keep them safe, but they're here to actually start conflict. This is a lot of innocent people, don't you think?
Well, we don't know if they are actually part of the cult or just following orders. If they're just following orders, they will likely try to save the people. But regardless, we should wait to see what's going to happen.
We weren't able to talk to Bright Flame, but we were at least able to try to get her a note. At least inform her of what's happening.
The commander is currently at the Spire of Devotion. He's in the infirmary part. The reason we were trying to get Lucan somewhere safe is even though he is reluctant, if something were to happen to his father, but Lucan was still alive, Maldorwen cannot take the position of the commander of the guards.
I mean, that is unless he just, I don't know, kills me too.
But we're trying to prevent that now, aren't we, lad?
I guess that's true.
Look, just listen clearly to any instructions that you're given. Stay behind things, and don't try and be a hero. At least not today.
Okay, I think I can do that.
Good, I'm glad.
No problems here.
I like a man that can listen. Alright, so what are we going to do?
I will pry the sapling from Maloric's cold dead hands if it's the last thing I do.
Asja's gonna kind of peek up and peer on. Hey Greg, can you see Maldorwen anywhere? Or it looks like they're in the fancy fire guard dress, and she's gonna try and give a little sweep around the stadium.
Yeah, let's,
Just so you know, I don't think there's a point in calling me Greg anymore. It's the day of the reckoning, you know. Might as well hear my name if I go down, so... Dean?
Alright, Dean.
Let me take a look.
yeah, let's
And
just have
then-
the group roll perception checks, because I'm sure all of you would
Yeah.
be looking out and trying to see as much as possible.
But also on top of that, Ruka is going to just really quickly. Euan, didn't you say that the tree called to you at some point? Maybe you can do something with that to find out where they are.
I'll do my best.
Tree senses activate now.
Oh, an 18. Nice.
Alright, well, those are all really... Din, did you roll? '18 as well. Okay, yeah. All very pretty good. You all look out across the stadium here and do see a plentiful of Spire Guard. There's not an insane number of them. Probably you think there should be more, as there's a lot of commoners here. down at the bottom base pillar, the dais here, there is 4 Spire Guard surrounding it, and what appears to be a robed golden figure who is moving towards the actual center there as you all are looking. As the crowd is starting to murmur and slowly starts to hush as this priest who removes their hood steps up towards the actual center here. Lucan quickly just shakes his head in acknowledgement that that is not Maloric. Yeah. The Glassview Stadium is filled with elven onlookers, though the atmosphere has shifted drastically from just days ago. Where once the air thrummed with excitement and lively chatter, now it hums with a quiet, sacred tension, a reverent stillness that seems to echo through every breath. It is not silence, but something deeper, like a song awaiting its final verse. At the center of the vast arena, a newly constructed platform rises, an elegant dais of flawless glasswork, shimmering with faint hues of scarlet and amber. Upon it rest numerous glass coffins, each one shaped like a multifaceted diamond. Their etched surfaces catch and reflect the glow of enchanted lanterns that drift gently in a circle around the dais, like spirits standing vigil. The sky above, once a break in the constant turmoil of the season, has darkened. Thick clouds now loom overhead, reclaiming even Veltari. Far in the distance, the rumble of thunder crawls across the horizon, and streaks of red lightning cackle just beyond the city's reach. Veltari, though a beacon of serenity, now feels like the edges of a storm pressing in. A dusky light, Alamor's veiled radiance, filters through the gloom, casting long shadows across the city. Then a figure ascends the platform. An elven priest clad in flowing robes of pale gold. At the center of the dais stands a large, unlit brazier, awaiting the spark that will mark the beginning. As the priest raises his voice, calling out in the crowd in a ceremonial chant, the clouds above him begin to churn. Slowly, ominously, they spiral inward, forming somewhat of a vortex that begins to descend towards the stadium. As a powerful wind picks up, carrying with it the weight of something ancient, something sacred.
Today we gather to celebrate, to remember, to mourn, and to cherish. We honor those who have walked before us, those whose names now echo in the wind, whose flames have dimmed in this realm, only to rise again in the great elemental cycle. At this, a large red bolt of lightning strikes from the funneled clouds down upon the brazier and engulfs it in a hot red flame that shatters light across all the coffins. From ash to air, from ember to eternity, they return to the fire below and the winds above, reborn through nature's sacred turning. None of us shall walk forever, and yet we do not fear the path ahead, for we carry them in our heart fires, and their spirits dance with us still, whispering in every breeze that finds our cheek. At this, the wind picks up quite heavily for a moment, as it starts to pick up heavier and heavier to the point where the voice of the priest gets muffled, stilled, and the priest starts to grasp onto the robes that just start to flutter quite violently in the wind. As a crackle once again breaks the calm here, as a different voice picks up. Blasphemous comfort! You sing lullabies where the truth rot beneath your feet. People of Valtari, hear me! You have been blind since birth, your minds veiled by cowardice and comfort. Our ancestors sealed away the truth, buried it in silence and shame. But I have seen it. And now it shall be revealed. Do not fear what comes. Fear only the lie. You lived without it.
And with this, the priest gets shoved off to the side and like stumbles down as the 4 Spire Guard are around. You see a shimmer, and in a blink of an eye, they are no longer Spire Guard, but wearing very similar cultist attire that you saw just yesterday and fought against. And standing upon the dais is once again that masked figure in that crimson red cloak. As you see a shimmer of energy encompass the entirety of this platform here, where the brazier is and the coffins are. And through your perception, you can see in their hand a brilliant, glowing, golden light that you can make out is the Heartroot sapling. As Malark stands there, and you all are sitting in the seats witnessing, you can definitely get to the platform if you want. This obviously causes quite a bit of confusion and raucous nature from the crowd as people start to murmur and gasp and start to panic slightly. What are you all doing?
Rhukkarrak's gonna start climbing over people to get to the aisles,
Okay.
trying to get towards the center.
How far
Um,
away is him from us? Sorry.
Good 120-ish feet. Not super far. You weren't put all the way in the back. So you had a pretty decent view, but it will take you a bit of time to get to the ground there.
Okay. So as Ruka leaps forward, I'm gonna go ahead and cast Aid first. If I can.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna cast Aid on Euan,
Yep.
myself, and Asja.
Yep.
What does aid
Rhukkarrak's
do?
pushing forward.
Aid gives you 5 HP back, and it raises your max HP by 5.
Nice.
I'll get a little extra hit point.
Ruka is also going to shout at him as he's moving forward. Be like, what secret is worth all the deaths that have occurred over the past few days?
Your voice is mostly lost in the wind and the crowd that's going
figured.
crazy. There was some sort of arcanery at sorts that allowed this individual's voice to boom over the crowd.
Yeah. Well, he's also gonna put on his armor, his shadow armor, and his cold spikes as he's moving up, if he's got time for both.
Yeah, I'd say you all get one action here as we
One action? Okay.
before we roll initiative.
Okay, Asja is going to. You said 120 feet, but we could get close enough to the dais that he could notice us, correct?
Yeah, right now you're kind of lost in the crowd, and so you would have to go out onto the actual, like
Yep,
the
yep.
big stadium field. But yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just making clear. Okay. Asja just kind of looks at Lucan and smiles. Stay here. Or
He
at
just
least stay
nods
hidden here."
frantically.
And as she gets up, she
I think you cut out.
is removing the headscarf and removing the dress from 30 feet towards the field, and then for whatever as she is walking, she is making sure that her landress is out and very visible on her chest. And which bonus action to do?
Well, you think, Euan, are you just rushing forward? What are you
That's
doing?
it. Yeah.
After aid is cast on it or on him, he is going to rear back, cast aside the cane, the cloak flies off. As he bamps the wings out and draws the axes that he had stowed, and he takes to the skies.
Take to the skies. All right.
Roaring
And sorry.
as loud as he can in rage and anger and almost every emotion one could experience in a moment like this. It's all come to this culmination. And that feral, animalistic look has come back in his eyes as that portion of him has reawakened at this.
Okay. All right. So as you all rush in towards the center here, I need you all to roll initiative for me.
Yay!
I'm so afraid.
Final combat.
I actually rolled a decent initiative.
Hey.
Nice!
Nice.
Give me a second. I have to boot it up because it went to sleep. There it
Rude.
goes. That's it.
What
Took too
was
long.
yours? Kainan?
Just remember your initiative. I'll call for it in a second here.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if he wants to take the 19.
Oh, yeah.
No, I think mine was like 20. Hold on.
All right. Okay.
You should be
Probably
able
23
to,
or
on the D&D Beyond character sheet, to scroll back through it somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Yeah, there's the game roll. Yeah, there's a little dice up the top that you can roll, that you can hit. Just need to figure
Yeah,
out where
no, the game
that
log.
one
I'm
is.
looking at that, and all it's showing is
Alrighty.
Melvin.
So
I thought
with
it was-
this, let's see.
Let's see,
This
that's
works.
athletics.
Goodness.
That's the battle map? Wow.
It's a coming. It's a coming.
They're gonna see your password.
It's just. I don't think that's actually showing right now. You guys are seeing that. But
The
I don't
hackers
think
are
it's showing
hacking.
That's weird. It's not showing the latest rolls on the thing.
Because
That's weird.
Starfish logged out. You
All right. There we go. All right. There we go. Y'all should be able to see this now. So,
Right?
the bleachers that you just came from, there's all a bunch of people up there and whatnot. I didn't want to make that all because it's a lot of people. I wasn't going to have a token for every single comer. So as you rush out here towards, you can see the large dais here. You see Mr. Masked-Faced Maloric right there. I mean, what? Right over there. And then there's the 4 individuals in each corner here that are now in more robed attire. Each of them adorn a different color of robe that you pick out are colors that kind of resemble the elemental affinities. You also do see that at least the 2 that you can see more clearly have a pretty large looking necklace with a large orb of sorts that is glowing with energy. Alright, with that, let's get you guys initiative rolls here. Let's see. Alright. Asja, what was your roll?
15.
15. Let's roll for these guys. Then
Oh, no.
Euan,
13.
15. Okay. Maldorwen.
19. Who's Maldorwen, by the way?
I mean Din.
19.
And then Rhukkarrak.
It was 23.
23, very nice. Alright, both you and Malork have the same top of the round. So as you all are rushing in, Malork sees you all rushing and just kind of turns his back towards you, reaching out towards the crowd once more as you see the fire that is emulating or burning in the brazier here starts to grow more violently as the coffins themselves start to open. As he calls out, "You speak of the Umber War as if it were an origin of sorrow. But what came before? What drove this world into death's embrace? You worship light, but ignore the shadow behind it." And that is their turn. As he looks to be doing some sort of incanting of spellcraft. But with that, Rhukkarrak, it is your turn. You can see, let me zoom in a little bit here. These two individuals, right there and there. And you can't really make out the other two individuals. They're kind of covered by the dais that is about 10 feet tall.
Okay, well, he's going to cast Blade Ward and bonus action dash and go. I guess he's just going to go to the right, to the guy to the right, and just engage him in combat.
All the way 30 feet up?
Yeah, and he's also bonus action dashing.
Yep. So you can get right within melee if you would like to.
Yep. Definitely want to get within melee.
You can do that. Blade Ward, Frost Armor activated. Anything else for you?
No, not the frost armor. I only have the action to do his shadow armor.
Oh, the mage armor. Okay, yep. Yep.
Yep.
All right. Then it is now the cultist's turn. The non-Malor cultist, that is. So this individual, as you rush towards this individual, they have a large axe that they're just kind of beating or like getting ready for you. As you come in, they swing it wildly and meet your approach. As they roll to hit. Oh, that's only 12 though. So you slide down, and the axe goes right over your head, and they don't quite hit you. They kind of rebalance, a little bit of a heavier looking individual here, and just scowl down towards you. But that is their turn. This individual steps over to the side here. And you can see they have a large like mace in one hand, and one hand is currently a fire is burning quite brightly in that hand. As they take that fire and shoot it out towards Euan. It's gonna make an attack roll here. That's a 19, which is gonna hit. 10. So you take 4 points of fire damage, which is reduced to 2
points of fire damage.
Yep. As it hits you, but you don't even really notice. They start to step a little bit out more. Alright, with that, the other cultists, you don't really see what they're doing. And so you don't really know what they're doing. Alright, Din, it is your turn.
Right, so Maldorwen is going to step to the right 30 feet.
Yeah.
Like northeast. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. So not so close, I would say.
Down a bit. Like that.
Yes, something like that.
Yep.
I think. Was that my 30 feet?
Yep.
Perfect. Okay. So let's go ahead and as I step up, I will start gesturing and look into this guy that it's in front of me, look into his eyes, and as I do, I'm just gonna focus, I guess, and I'm kind of whispering, but
Okay.
I'm casting a spell.
This
As I try just to like stare him down like a bird of prey and paralyze him with fear as I cast Whole Person.
Okay, on this individual right here.
Yes, so he has to make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw 15 DC. Let's see.
Yes.
That is not going to succeed. Only 13.
Oh my god, that's so good.
So as they are rebalancing from the axe swing from Rhukkarrak and getting ready to reposition and bring it down on Rhukkarrak's head, well, suddenly they just muscles seize up and they are paralyzed for the time being.
Nice. So I'm just going to action surge, shoot.
Okay.
No, sorry, action surge. I'm using my bonus action, War Priest feature to use a range attack with my crossbow. So
Okay.
as like he was staring him down like prey, he was also like reloading and like gesturing for his somatic components like really fast.
Yep.
And let's go with a crossbow attack.
So we'll have
I think I do have
advantage.
advantage on
Yep.
this guy because of the whole person.
Yep.
Okay, 16.
16 definitely hits.
No, nice. And so let's go ahead, roll for damage. 10. And I'm not gonna push
points of damage.
them. I am going to move. Oh no, okay. I spent all my movement. So yeah, I think that's my turn for now.
Alrighty. So as they wind up their axe and then just freeze in motion, there, Rhukkarrak, you look up as a crossbow bolt just impales right into their chest and they just grunt in pain. Not able to do much more. Alright, Asja, it is your turn.
All right. Tried to move the map and I can't. Can I? All right. I move Asja just so that it's easier for you. Can you move Asja up next to Euan, please?
Yep.
There we go. And now you can zoom back in and finish. All right. 30, 40. Okay, I can do this, and I don't think I'll hit Ruka. All right. Asja is going to cast a spell she's never cast before, but as she gets next to you inside, he is going to feel that normal life energy build inside of her, but this time it's slightly disconnected almost discordant in a way. There's something not quite right about what she is about to do. And as she casts the spell, she is going to cast it centered onto Maloric, and she is casting Hunger of Radiance.
Alright, centered on
Modified
Maloric.
Hunger of Hadar. Yes, it's a 20
What?
foot.
20 foot.
That's how cool.
Alright,
It's a 20 foot
roughly right there.
sphere. Yeah.
Okay. As you
Um,
let this energy flow out towards Maloric, there once again is a shimmer in the air. And as the energy strikes around this area, a large arcane barrier blocks it completely. And so it still expands out in this center. Anything in this dais is not affected. As you see, there's the blinding light that is in this area is very bright, and it almost you see arcane sparks starting to fly off of whatever barrier that is constructed.
Time to drop that barrier.
Fine. For what everybody else on the outside hears, by the way, yes, there is a giant dome of bright
radiant light that has been dropped on Maloric and the area. But people outside of the area, what you would hear is very, again, discordant crystalline noises. Almost making a strange heartbeat sound, but not making a heartbeat sound. Maybe it is, but maybe it's millions of heartbeats all at the same time. You can't quite tell. Bonus action. She will, I guess, summon her spiritual weapon. Or not her spiritual, so I'm not a cleric. She will summon her weapon.
All right. So you reach out and conjure that life energy that snaps into place. You have a spectral staff in your hand.
Yes.
All right. Euan, it is your turn.
Seeing the dome of energy that gets dropped there.
I will say,
Euan
too,
is-
in this moment, with a spell of that caliber, we'll say, yeah, I think you are all close enough that you can pick up on it. As the spell makes contact with that arcane barrier, you do see the large orbs on these individuals' chests flash for a moment.
Euan is going in on the one that Rhukkarrak is up against currently as well.
Yep.
I should be able to about make it over there with my 40 feet of
You definitely
movement.
can.
Yeah.
You can get right to him.
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm gonna rip the axe out of his hands.
Are you... yeah, okay. I'll say, because you flew off the... Instead of coming, like, down the stairs of the...
Right.
thing, I had you 20 feet in the air, but I'll say you can descend with that. So you get back down to
Okay.
surface level here.
Mhm.
And then, yeah, you can rip... He, like, has a pretty strong grip on it. But, I mean, he's paralyzed. And so you take it and rip it free.
Right.
And he no longer has the axe. And he
Yeah.
looks very grumpy.
And I will rage and look grumpier.
Grump off.
Yeah.
All right.
This time as this battle ferocity and the memories of his past life coming into this, as he rages, the vines and tendrils will entirely wrap around him, encasing him almost like full plate armor.
Okay.
And assuming that taking the axe out of his hands is a free action, I'm going to attack with the axe. I just need to know what it is so I can put it on my character sheet.
Yeah, it's just a great axe.
Right. Manage inventory. Great. Axe. Add to
Your weapon
equipment.
against you.
Mhm. What?
Just go ahead and roll to hit using your modifiers. You should be proficient in it. And then I think it's going to be
I've
a
already got it on the character sheet, so
10, D12.
yeah. I assume a 14 is not going to hit.
You have
I'm at
advantage on the roll.
advantage.
Yes.
That's an 18 to hit.
18 does hit.
Okay. Oh, I need to...
It's a crate.
Actually,
Mm,
it was.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's
All hits are
a
automatic
melee
crits.
attack.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Building
Let me
Constitution.
make
Any
sure that
attack
I've
roll
got my
that hits
rage.
You, if the attack is 5 units, it's a critical hit. Yep. So
Yeah,
go ahead and
make
roll
sure
double
I've
damage
got
on
my
it.
rage active really quick, so that way I'm getting the extra damage and everything. It's going to be 20 damage from that hit.
20 damage. That's a big carve. You just carve into his clavicle that just crunches under the weight of his own axe. As you hear a muffled.
Yeah. As Euan just unleashes this primal roar in his face, brings the axe down on him, using that momentum, brings it back around in an arc and cuts into him again.
Okay.
Euan is not having it right now. That's a 16 to hit.
Oh, 16 just hits. So yeah, another critical hit.
Great.
It's going to be another
Let's
21
go.
That's
damage.
enough. You just swipe back around when this individual is stunned. The blood kind of gushing from his wounded shoulder there. You just cleanly take his head off. As it topples down to the ground, as his body then goes limp, as he's dead.
Yep.
And you do see that
Sorry for
orb hitting the ground.
jumping on your thunder, Rhukkarrak, but that seemed like the most reasonable weapon for Euan to grab.
You stole my kit. Oh, it's fine.
I'm sorry. You can have the other one.
All right, with that, we move up to the top of the round as Maloric goes once more.
I get to roll damage.
He is not in the area.
Oh, right, he's not. I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that sucks.
unfortunately, he is being shielded. As Maloric
Valeric's
calls up.
cheery.
There was a massacre, a slaughter so vast, so unholy, that the ember war is but a flicker in its wake. I saw the sky burn, the stars fall, and Zorka crumble beneath invaders not of this realm, and we chose to forget.
It's about his turn. As you just see, there's a almost billowing cloud of darkness from the coffin starting to rise. All right, with that, we move to Rhukkarrak. It is your turn.
Okay. I was gonna get a glorious attack. It's fine.
You waste.
Sorry, Euan saw the free axe.
Yeah. Okay. So first he's going to glance down at the pendant that flashed. Is it still active as far as you can tell?
It does look to still be glowing. Yeah.
He will just kind of point at it, indicating to Euan, and then just dash straight north, because there's one on each corner, right? So he's gonna go straight north to go after that guy.
All right, you can get right about there. Whoop.
That was 60 feet.
Oh, if you're dashing it, there. Whoop. You can get right about there.
Oh, he wants to be in melee. So
Let's see. You were here. If you run, yeah, even if you
no, that's
like
65. Yeah.
bump up against that and jump over the stairs somehow, you still wouldn't be able to get there.
Yeah. So then, yeah, like he's going to bonus action dash and then action dash.
All right. Bloop. Is that where you want to be, or do you want to be somewhere else?
Well, I mean, with everyone shooting magic from behind him last time, he's gonna go ahead and go around to the other side, just in case someone wants to throw something. He doesn't want to be in the way. And yep, that'll be that.
Alrighty. Next is the cultist turn. This one is very dead. This one steps over here and puts the mace down for a second and starts to cast a pretty large spell as the flames start to flicker from their hand as they throw a large ball of flame towards you all.
What?
Euan
Is
cast
this what it
counter
feels
spell.
like?
It doesn't quite... It's not going to be able to hit all the three of you. So he's going to throw it over here. Not liking what you guys did to his run there. So I need both, Euan and Din to make dexterity saving throws for me.
15 for me.
6 for Euan.
Is going to be a success. 6 is a
Oh,
failure.
yes.
Right, let me just double check. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 8d6 if I'm not mistaken. Yes, 86. So 33 points of fire damage. Both of you get it half though because Euan is resistant to fire as well. So you each take 16 points of fire
That
damage
hurts a lot.
as a large explosion of fireball is thrown and erupts in that area. As the cultist then backs up. Whoa, backs up a bit. For throwing that. Brandishing his mace once more. Alright, with that, that's those. Now up to this one, up to Rhukkarrak. who is going to, let's see here. And not like how close you get.
Yeah, Ruka was assuming that these are all mages of some kind, and that's why he wanted to get in melee.
That's the fair assessment.
Let's see. Yeah, you watch as they start to channel some sort of spellcraft once more. As you see, like motes of water start to form around in the air as they take a small flask of water itself and pour it out and swirl it and throw it, and it expands quite violently as a large tidal wave is thrown at you. So we're gonna do this, and he's gonna do it right about there, and it's going to come sweeping, well, like right here, and like sweep right about like that to try to push you away. So I need you to make a dexterity saving throw as well, I believe. I'm gonna check. Yes, dex saving throw.
That's a 23.
23 definitely succeeds. So you're going to take half damage. And you are not knocked prone. Turn there. Special save, half damage on the front of the water and spreads out to the ground. Extinguishing unpredictable flames. Alright, so you're just going to take a bit of damage. As the water crashes into you, you take, well, that's a low roll, 4 points of bludgeoning damage. And you are not pushed away, as the water just kind of eclipses you, and the cultist kind of growls. Oh no! But that is their turn, as this individual rushes up here and throws a arc of lightning towards you. That's a 23 to hit. We gotta roll a d4, right? Let's see. I don't know if it can miss. Yeah, even with a 3, that's still a dirty 20 to hit.
That's a dirty 20. Then he will... Oh, right. That's parry is only melee. Darn it. Okay.
Alright. So we're going to take 1d10 damage here. Ooh, 9. 9 points of lightning damage.
And I believe that's a save on the concentration check.
Yes, that is a save. Alright, that is the cultist's turn. We've now moved it in.
Right, so Din is going to run north east.
Yep, northeast. How far? 30
Yes.
feet?
Yes, 30 feet, that's my movement speed. I'm trying to catch up to Rhukkarrak, but as Din sees him run off, Din is gonna yell, Rhukkarrak, call in the shadow, the sunblade. And from there, do I see this guy that he's fighting?
Yes, you can. The stairs
Okay.
eclipse your vision a little bit, but not enough to really give him cover because he's so far away from him.
Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna guiding bolt his ass,
Alrighty, go ahead. roll the
following
dex.
Asja's advice. Okay, let's go. Guiding bolts. Let's go for level 2 guiding bolt.
Yep. Ooh,
15
does hit this one.
Nice. Oh my god.
Let's pizza on that.
Perfect.
Oh, nice.
Okay, we'll go ahead and roll. Ooh, 22 points.
22 points of damage.
It's a
That
good hit.
is a lot of damage. As they just like stumble forward with the blinding light that hits them in the back there.
Right. And then let's go all out on this guy with action surge attack and then bonus action war priest attack. 2 crossbow attacks. One
First
with
one with
advantage that I
advantage.
just rolled.
Definitely
Yeah.
hits.
And second one, it's a normal one. Oh, nice.
Both of those hit. Yeah.
Okay, first hit.
If you
It's
down
gonna
this
be
guy,
10
you'll have pretty hard.
oh my god. And then second hit's gonna be
9.
9.
That's a lot of damage. It's not quite. He's looking very rough though.
Alright, and that's it for me. As I like start running and shooting and like laser eyeing.
All right. With that, Asja, it is your turn.
Okay. Asja is gonna move straight forward 30 feet.
Yeah. Right, like right to the edge of your.
Right to the edge of the spell. Is the magic affecting that area, yes or no?
This area is being. You can't really see past. You can't even really see the stairs because it is encompassed. It's like a semicircle.
Yeah, no, I'm just
currently.
wondering if I could, if I'm like right on the edge of pushing through it type deal is more what I'm wondering. Sorry, I should have reworded that.
So yeah, I'll say
Okay,
you can stand
so,
there
no.
without getting hit by your own spell.
Yeah. You just wait.
Okay.
All right. She is going to, seeing that the others are going around this side and that the fireball guy is here, she's just going to almost dismissively turn and lift a hand as she casts the spell, and a guiding bolt will come out.
Okay. Another guiding bolt. Go for it.
He's 22.
Definitely hits.
Okay. 20 points of damage.
20 points of damage.
Nice.
He stumbles back as well. And yeah, now
Okay.
he's glowing with the radiance of the guiding bolt.
Is it possible on her bonus action to push through the edge of her spell and move 10 feet into the stairs?
So you were like right here, right there. You use your 30
Yeah.
feet. If you want to just get like
Can
in
I-
the space of your light,
Yeah, I just want to
I'll
get
allow that.
through the edge of the thing. She wants to just basically start mounting the staircase, pretty much.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say you can get on like the first stair or two there and are now
Perfect.
encompassed completely by that light. And you see Asja like walk into the light.
Blinded.
But you also saw, except for a brief moment where very narrowed eyes went turned towards the fire guy, her eyes have very much been on the person on the pedestal this whole time. She
Yep.
is very, how would we put it, hyper-focused.
And you just hear both the dissonant like chiming of crystals, almost like with that weird heartbeat, and then the arcane energy just like up against that barrier that just sparkles and makes all kinds of noise as it meets that resistance. All right, with that, we move on to Euan. It is your turn.
Can I tell what the orb is made out of that's on the ground?
It looks to be very reflective, probably some sort of gem or glass.
Euan stomps it.
All right, go ahead and roll a strength check for me.
17.
17 is enough. As you stomp down on it. It's a little more durable than you were initially thinking. You almost slip, but you do come down with a true, and it cracks and then shatters underneath your weight as the energy disperses in a little bit of a blast as you see the barrier around it start to flicker for a moment, but then stay true.
Now the next question is, was that my action?
That was your action, yes. That was
Right.
like an attack action. If you, yeah, that would count it as an attack for your attacks.
So Euan is going to use his bonus action to keep his rage going. And is going to fly over towards the guy on the west that threw the fireball at us.
Okay. I'm assuming you're going to fly
I'll
either
go
high
around.
enough or around the.
I'll go around. He's
light.
staying fairly close to the ground with all of this.
Okay, and you're just
right
doing 40
now.
feet.
Yeah.
Okay, how
No,
far
we'll
up
we'll
do you
go
wanna
ahead and dash. We'll go ahead and dash it. We'll take the full 80 feet.
So
of
you
movement to get
used
over
your
to him.
action already to attack.
That's right. Ignore me.
Okay.
We'll just do the full 40 feet over.
Yep.
And that's where we'll be.
Alrighty. Next up is Malork, who, as you can see, stays quiet for a moment and is concentrating on some sort of ritual as the energy continues to billow up from those coffins as the fire starts to emulate it, as this large, like, smog of deep, like, blackness starts to expand. And you watch as he holds up the sapling as it starts to glow even brighter. That is just his turn. He's doing some witchcraft in there. All right, Rhukkarrak, it is your turn.
Okay, he's gonna respond to Maldorwen saying, "I'll call him in a little bit. I need a bit more cover first." And
It was
he will-
Maldorwen.
Din. So then he will, due to his fast hands, use his bonus action to activate his magic item
Okay.
and cast darkness on the
Alrighty.
item itself.
You can do
So
that.
it's centered on himself.
So it's 20 feet, right?
I believe so. The spells and darkness is 15-foot radius sphere.
15-foot radius. Whoopsie. 15 feet. Okay. You notice the cloud of darkness starts to pool out from you, from that stone, and starts to swirl in that area. You do... I mean, you can see it because you can see through darkness. It, yet again, is eclipsed by whatever barrier is on this dais here, and it is prevented. But
Okay.
most of it is in the arena here. Right. What else would you like to do?
And then with his action, he is going to swing with his Emberglass sword, not activated,
Yep.
and then also use Nick to attack with his dagger as well.
All right, you can do so.
first we'll do the sword. That is 16 to hit,
16 hits.
and that'll be max damage for 8.
That is enough. You had advantage on the attack too because he was blinded. Yeah, that is
Oh, he's
enough to
blinded.
do it. So as the darkness swells out from you, Rhukkarrak, you quickly unsheath or swing your sword and just carve across this individual's stomach as they just cry out in pain, one final cry before toppling to the ground.
Does he have enough time to grab the pendant and run towards the other mage?
With your free action, you can grab it. It would be an attack or an action to try to damage it in a way, but you can grab it.
Okay. Yep. He'll just grab it and just really quickly just shout, "I got it," and then start running across to the next one.
Over here?
Yep.
So you're 30 feet. Gets you like right there.
Yep.
Not good?
And that's a turn.
Alrighty.
Just comes with me.
As that second cultist falls, Malork calls out, "Do you feel it? That pull in your soul? A power of ancient and asleep, denied to you. Our ancestors stole your right to know, to remember, to rise. But no more. I shall tear open the veil they left behind." That's about it. As you rush towards there, and we move to the cultist turn. This cultist is going to definitely step over to you, meeting your...
The darkness comes with me.
The darkness does come with you, yes, because it's on your item. Darkness. No, parent, no.
I mean,
Not anymore. That's lore accurate, you know. Denial isn't gonna help it.
All right. With that, as you rush forward, you watch this individual do some more somatic components as a large gust of wind batters you back. I need you to make... Let me double check. I think it's on the dex. A lot of things are dex in this game.
No, it's strength in this case. Strength saving
Oh
throw.
no. No. Oh, that's a natural.
All right. Natural 20 saves. Okay, so yeah. Duration. Alrighty. So we'll put the thing there because it does last a duration, so you are going to make another save on the beginning of your turn. But you manage to resist it for now, as these heavy, heavy winds start to batter you back. But you stand firm ground and are not pushed back. Roughly like that. Alright. With that, that is that individual's turn. We'll move down to this fire mage, who is going to see Euan rushing towards him and pee himself a little bit.
Yeah.
But then let me roll to see if he did. Oh, he does. Okay, good to know. He's gonna step back a little bit more, and once again throw another fireball. Fireball. This time I need both Asja and Euan to make dexterity saving throws for me.
18.
Fireball hits right about there. 18 succeeds.
Is Asja enough
16.
inside of the barrier to prevent it at all, or?
So she's not in. She's in the radiant light of her own
Understood.
making.
I
but she's not
misunderstood.
across the barrier.
Got it.
No.
Yeah, I'm pushing through the barrier at the moment.
That is a success though. So you both are going to take half damage. Euan's going to take a quarter damage.
Get wrecked.
So that's going to be 27 reduced to 13 for Asja, reduced to what, 6 for Euan? Crazy. Fuck off a fireball like it's nothing. Alright, with that, we are then going to, that is their turn. So we move down to Din.
All right, so Din is going to move southwest,
Yep.
30 feet or so.
South or west, 30 feet, like that.
Yep. That's good. And I'm gonna guiding bolt the guy who's bright as a diamond because he's glowing with
He is
Asya's
very
vibes.
glowing, yes. brighter than the sun. Oh, this is how it starts.
Yes! Oh my god, that's
Natural
so
20 hits so hard.
Oh my
Goes
god,
up like a gun.
that's so good. That's 86. That's like a
Brighter
fireball
than
back at
he's
him.
Yeah, with that,
Yes.
you fire a beam of pure radiance towards this individual. A small mote of sunlight just glimpses from the sky cloud above as it closes off and just fries this individual. They fall to the ground dead. All right.
And then let me see. I think I have something that I can do with my bonus action. Just a sec.
No worries.
I did. Did I move my whole 30 feet?
You did, yes. If you want to be a little
Okay.
bit up or down, you could, but that's you couldn't move further towards the west.
No, that's fine. I think I'm gonna cast. Oh wait, I already did guiding bolt. No, then that's. Oh wait, yes, I can. Second wind, which is what I'm gonna do. Sorry.
You can definitely do that. Get some hit points
Yes.
back.
Okay, so 5, 4, 6 for me,
Nice.
and that's my turn.
All right, Asja, it is your turn.
Okay. Yeah. She is going to hope that she also is not affected by things when she gets in there. But she is going to push forward. Again, she's going to go right 20 feet, right next to him.
Okay, give me 2 seconds here. Don't think you're affected by
I was trying to figure it out, and I'm letting you make the
any
call
creature
because
that starts
I
its turn in the
can't.
area.
Yeah,
Takes
it's any
damage.
creature.
I will say
Yeah.
you can definitely do it, but you will still take the damage if you want to do so. You can also just drop the spell. It's a concentration spell.
Yeah, okay. She is going to, it looks like she's about to step fully through, she's going to drop the spell and move up. And for, I guess she's going to kind of combine her movement and her bonus action. As she's moving forward, her life energy is going to kind of glisten around her. Ow, went the fireball. And she's gonna expend 4 of her healing lights on herself.
Yep.
Because she's about to go face to face with him, so. That's 12 back. Oh, thank
Fall back, very nice. Was
That's
the
almost everything you
scorched
took.
marks mend
That's
themselves
one
together?
under what she,
Yeah.
that's
Very nice.
one
Good
under
roll.
what she lost, so there we go.
And you're just rushing 20 feet forward?
She's walking up the stairs. He doesn't seem to be doing to move away from her. So she is
He's
literally
not.
just walking up the stairs and walking to stand and turn to face him face to face.
Alright, as you get to the top of the stairs there, you are met by this barrier. And now that you're right next to it, you can see it more clearly. It is right in front of you. Do you try to push past it?
This could hurt. No. She's in. Yeah, no, she's not.
Okay.
But she is going to hope that now that she is up on the dais, that also the same projecting of the voice is going to kind of come through for her that did for him, because she's hoping it's an effect of the dais. And she is going to look at him and say, "Why would you betray your own home?"
He just looks back to you. You all don't hear the booming Asja voice like Maldorwen has been booming. As he looks to you, still doing lots of somatic wiggly wagglies with his arms.
He looks like one of those air things, gotcha.
Yes. He's advertising the new car sales. No. He just says under his breath, not booming, that no one else hears it other than you, Asja. He says, "I have done no such thing." What else would you like to do for your turn, Asja?
Because of the way that the others are going, she is going to hold the rest of her movement action so that she can get that extra 10 feet to be directly beside him. So she's hoping that the barrier will drop soon.
You can hold either a dash action to use movement as a reaction there, or an attack. You're not able to hold both, though.
Okay, she will hold a dash. She wasn't going to attack anyways. So that's not her plan just yet.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. So if the barrier falls, you will dash up towards him. You can do that. Alrighty. Euan, it is your turn.
I'm gonna go stomp on an orb.
Okay. Go ahead and make your strength saving throw, or strength check, not saving throw. That is enough. That is definitely enough. It's funny because both times you rolled it with advantage, and both times you rolled a natural one on one of the dice.
Look, I don't care if the off die is the one eating the natural ones.
Yep. That's funny. Right, yeah. Once again, you crush it under your feet as a mote of red energy expels from it, and once again the barrier here shudders for a moment.
Yeah, and then I'll just use my bonus action to keep the rage active.
Okay. Alrighty, we move to the top of the round. as Malor continues to do his ritual here. He shouts out,
We stand on the edge of awakening. The truth lies beneath our feet, within our blood, in the stars that watch us. Beautiful, terrible. It will shake Zorka to its very bones.
and that's his turn. And we move to Rhukkarrak. At the start of your turn, Rhukkarrak, I need you to make another save as the winds batter you.
That's not fair.
Oh,
Oh,
that's a
that's
success.
Nice.
Yep.
Oh,
Alright.
yes!
It is difficult terrain, I believe, in this space, though. Yes. Or, yeah, you must spend 2 feet of movement for 1 foot if you're moving against the winds.
Well, he can just go diagonally southwest.
If you wanted to head right down here, you could do so. We'll say
Well,
that's
no, he
like...
just wants to go diagonally southwest like once, just so he's out of it, and then just kind of follow it and go around the edge of it. That should be 30 feet to go right up next to him.
So, with the winds right there, I'm not gonna like allow you to get quite there, because that would be 10 feet to get down out of it.
Yeah, okay.
Then moving, if you wanted to move there, I mean, you're still kind of encompassed by it. But then, like, that would be 25 feet, even if you were to go directly there,
Okay.
and that would definitely still be encompassing the wind. So you would have to arc a little bit past it.
Okay. So, regardless, I'm going to have to dash if I want to get it to him. So, if I wanted to throw the pendant, would that be a free action?
If you want to throw it hard enough to try to break it, that is an attack action.
No. I just want to throw it so it's not going to end up inside of the darkness when I'm in melee with the guy. So just as I'm
That's
running
just
there,
an
about
item
halfway-
interaction. You can just toss it to the side, yeah.
Okay, excellent. Just like halfway on my way there, I'm just gonna shout, Euan, I threw the pendant here. And
Alright,
then
Where are you throwing it? By the stairs here, or where?
like the first box outside the red.
First
Diagonally
box,
there,
so
just
right
like-
here.
Yeah, basically right there. Yeah.
We'll say it's on that
Just trying to-
box right there.
Yeah. And then he's going to dash and run up, bonus action dash, run up,
Yep.
and attack.
All right, as the darkness encompasses this individual, he cries out, "Ah!" And then, yeah, go ahead and attack with advantage.
Excellent.
I know. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Exactly. So then he'll attack with his sword first. With advantage. That is a 21.
Definitely hits.
Excellent. Then I get the... Where's my... it's supposed to be there. That's fine. I'll do this for now. And then, how many d6 was it for?
So that's, what, 6 points of damage there. Sneak attack is, what, 3d6 right now? 2d6? I think it's 3 or 4d6. You're, what, 4 level rogue, right? A 4d6?
Yeah, why is it not showing up there? Sneak attack is 2d6 damage. Okay, we'll do that.
And
An
10
additional
points.
10.
16 total, okay. Gonna roll
Okay.
a con save here.
And then
That is a failure, so the wind does drop.
Good.
we do that at advantage, 17.
17 also hits.
Doing additional 3 points.
3 is a total of 19 damage, very nice.
And that is my turn.
Alright, perfect. With that, we move down to the cultists, where there is only one left standing. It's this individual, who is going to make a break for it. Go ahead and make an opportunity attack if you would like, as they try to run away.
Absolutely. With advantage.
Yep.
I love this. Was it 15?
Oh, 15 just misses this one. They're a little more nimble than the others.
All right, well.
And so they do rush out 30 feet this way, out of the darkness. And then last I see the light. No. They rush just as far away as they can get to you. That's a dash, and the wind even takes them further.
What?
Their bonus action. All right, with that, we move down to Din.
All right. I don't think Dean can see that guy, the one that was fighting
You can.
Rhukkarrak, or
You can see, yeah, they're in your vision currently.
Okay.
Oh,
So I'm gonna move it.
I'd say you can kind of, yeah. You saw someone rush over here. You know the general vicinity. The stage here kind of eclipses the vision slightly, but literally, if you stepped 5 feet over, you'd be able to see them just fine.
Perfect. So I'm gonna move like 30 feet north.
East.
East, yes, but like more east than north in this case.
We'll say something like that.
Yes. And how far is he?
From you, still roughly 95 feet. Less than 100.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. So I can shoot a guiding bolt.
You can.
Mm-hmm. Let's go. Guiding bolt.
Nope.
Natural
More like
one.
a guiding nope.
As the bolt flies through. True, but then you watch as this individual is running with unnatural speed as the winds are propelling them, and the bolt just misses slightly.
Okay, so very fast. Gonna reload, and with my War Priest feature, I'm gonna shoot with my crossbow.
Yep.
Once.
That does hit.
Oh, nice. Okay, let's go. Nice, 12 points of damage.
12 points of damage is a decent amount. Not quite enough to down him, but he's hurt.
That's my turn.
Yep. Asja, it is your turn.
Okay. No. Come back. Something. Computer just went wrong. Okay, I'm gonna have to do it this way. Okay, there we go. Sorry.
You're all good.
All right. Yeah, she can't reach the person, nor does she know that there is a person running away. First, she knows there is only one other person aside from Malork. So, yeah, she's just gonna hold until this barrier comes down, and then she'll hold her action, and she'll.
Yep. And holding
Until
to
barrier comes
move
down.
forward again or attack.
Move forward.
All right, Euan, it is your turn.
Right, I don't think I can move far enough to get to the orb without dashing.
No. You would have to dash.
Yeah, so I'll dash up to it.
Yep. Yeah, you can get there with a dash. Whee!
Yep. And then I'll pick it up and pocket it for the time being and use bonus action to keep the rage going.
Yep. Alrighty. We move to the top of the round. As Maloric starts to levitate slightly, his feet start to slowly drift off the ground as the energy begins to swirl around him, as the light from the sapling starts to shine brighter and brighter. As Asja, you're the closest one here, and your attention isn't quite diverted. You can see the darkness that starts to lap against the radiance of the sapling, and there's a strange reaction that you can't quite pinpoint, but it just looks very, very bizarre to your eyes as Maloric starts to float up further. And with that, there's a large rumble that shakes in the arena as he continues to incant this spell, as a purple line light starts to shine from the middle and then spread out almost in an instant, faster than your eye can track, and runes start to engrave all across the arena here. See if this works. It worked. I tested it, but it's my first time doing it. It's yes. There we go.
Oh, that doesn't look good.
As these,
I mean, it does look good.
arcane runes of some nature start to spiral
damn.
and start to glow with this vibrant, like, purple color. That is Maldorwen, though. And we'll move to Rhukkarrak.
Okay. He knows this guy is too far. So he's going to is the guy within 80 feet?
80 feet? I don't believe so. Let me measure for you, because they ran like a full 90. Yeah. Not quite.
Darn it. Okay. Because he has a short bow. But, alrighty. I guess he's... Because he knows if he goes over top of him, then the darkness will make it so that Din can't see him. Yeah, he's going to... Yeah, he's just gonna drop darkness and run after him.
The mists of darkness wisp away. You rush out a full 60 feet?
Full 90 feet.
90 feet, okay. Using bonus action and action to dash.
Yep.
Get right next to him.
And that's it.
Alright. With that, we move down to the cultist's turn once more. Let me roll this real quick. Nope. As they look back towards you as you catch up and slice out towards you with a blade. Oh, that's an extra 20. That is gonna hit you. And critical hit.
He is going to Hellish Rebuke.
Okay. You take oh sheesh. Total of 28 points of damage there, Rhukkarrak.
He takes 15.
He takes 15 back. 15 is enough. He does fall down. So as he slices into you, there's still some of that darkness clinging to you that just expels out from you and just sharpens into like black spikes that just impale this individual as they just gasp for air before falling down dead.
And I took how much
You
damage
took
was it?
28 points of damage.
Oh, I have 2 hit points left.
Whoa. Alright, with that, we move down to Din.
All right, so I want to move 30 feet straight up north.
Oh, wait. Sorry, 1 second. They're supposed to be... All the cultists are dead, right? Yes, they are.
Yes.
Alright.
Oh no. This was part of their plan. They're a death cult.
As,
I mean, probably.
We're fucked.
Oh, wait, no, but the barrier has dropped. Okay, never mind. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
Ignore what I said.
You said the barrier dropped?
It has not.
The
dropped
berry
yet.
has not dropped yet. There's one more
Okay,
pendant
okay.
on this guy.
Yes.
Ewan
Okay.
still has a
so,
pendant, and that guy still is wearing the pendant.
Oh yeah, you know so.
So, I'm running up north, and as I see with my 20/20 vision, this guy falling down, I'm looking at the orb, and can I shoot it from there with the crossbow?
You can, yes. It is
Okay,
going to
perfect.
be a decently high DC.
Okay.
And you'll have to do enough damage to shatter it. Oh!
Watch me.
Oh,
Yes! Yeah, you don't even need to roll for damage. That's epic. As the individual falls, those black like spikes piercing as you see blood starting to trail as they fall down. You quickly rush forward and fire a crossbow bolt that just impacts the orb just perfectly and just shatters it right in front of Rhukkarrak there. As once again the barrier flashes and definitely does not look as structurally stable as it was on or previously. It looks waning in its energy. Alright.
Awesome. All right. And with my bonus action, I am going to use my other second wind, which is my last one. So 1d10 plus 3.
Yep.
8. Okay. And that's my turn.
Alrighty. We'd move down. Asja, it is your turn again.
Is the barrier down now?
It is not quite. There's still one more orb that Euan has. It looks
I didn't
weakened,
have the action on me. Yeah.
but it is still very
All
much
right,
still present.
there's 3 orbs down. It looks weakened. As you see, he's starting to take off, and she has to be able to get to him before he fully floats away. Turns into a Malvis kite. Funny, we started in the stadium. Where's Brisa? We need Brisa right now. There we go. She'd know how to deal with this.
Malva's poke just smacks Malric in the head.
And okay, we are going to start with bonus action. Because it's just channeling, it's not actually casting a spell, so I can still cast a spell if I successfully breach the barrier. I'm using my last 2 healing lights on Asja.
Yeah.
So she's kind of steadying herself and getting ready to go through this thing, knowing this could really hurt at the same time.
Alright.
And she is going to, I guess, try and push through.
Alright, go ahead and make a strength check for me.
Ugh, of course, strength. Ugh. Everyone pray to Alimor for poor little Asja.
Conflict guide us.
Her strong suit, that would be a 10. Yay,
And
no.
unfortunately, it's not enough in this case. As you now finally make contact with it, it does start to burn at your skin in like a electrical static way. And you start to try to push forward. You can see it budging somewhat. And you can almost push through it, but then it just repels you at the last second. And you're not able to push forward through it.
Alright, well, looking very frustrated at the fact that he keeps floating up in the sky and his arm movements are becoming less and less and less. And whatever's going on around them, it's like this is getting close to the end of whatever he's casting. Asja is going to pull a little bit of a Hail Alimor. And she is hoping that this is gonna work. She's gonna kind of chuckle. I learned some tricks after you all forgot about me in the woods. And she is gonna try and cast Entangle. But she would... Oh no, wait, it's not. The barrier's still there. Damn it, she's not going to do that because she knows it's not gonna work. Ah, fuck.
You can hold
Can
to
she
try to
hold
entangle.
action?
Yeah.
Right, there we go. So she is going to prepare herself to hold, pardon my language by that way in the moment, there was frustration. She is going to hold her action to cast Entangle
And I'm kind of hoping, because it's really the only plant that she could really see around here, it's going to be the heartroot tree roots that maybe entangle both her and him. She knows it's going to entangle her as well, and that's fine. That's working towards her plan.
Okay. All right. With that held, Euan, it is your turn.
Crunch.
Crunch, he says. as
Bite
he
it.
Tries to crush. Go ahead and roll your strike check.
Euan eats the orb.
All.
It's 14.
14 is enough in this case. This one was the fire one, right? Yes. Fire. It does not have the defense. No, wait.
No, that was the
Nope,
water
this
one.
is the
No. Yeah. 15's the DC on the
So-
water.
So I'll use my second attack to do it again.
So as you try to bear down on it, it just is. You can see it fracture a little bit and start to crack, and the energy starts to leak from it, and then, but not quite. And you start to just fuel that rage, that inner fire, to quench this water orb, and you just
You need to
squish
lick
it in
it to get
between
to
your
the core.
hands, and it shatters into a million brilliant pieces
Yeah.
of
And-
fragmented glass.
Euan will roar again. Bonus action to keep everything going. And is going to fly towards Maloric.
Okay. A couple things happen as the orb breaks. As that shattering happens, you see the arcane energy that is bearing and barring Maloric in this safety, if you'd call it that, flicker and dissolve. As that happens, Asja, you get your spell. Let me read and tickle real quick. Your grasping plants sprout from the ground, 20 foot square within range. For the duration, the plants turn the ground into an area of difficult terrain. They disappear when the spell ends. Each creature other than you cast a spell must see on saving throw. Alright, we'll say that, yeah, he is currently off the ground, but because of the range on him, I'll say it still catches him, so he's going to need to make the strength save. What's your DC?
16.
16. Okay, we will see strength saving throw. Here we go.
Let's go.
Oh,
No.
meets it, beats it.
No.
As the vines sprout out from the ground themselves, these spectral kind of radiant vines start to lash around his foot as he looks down and looks towards you. And you can see the death energy and the radiance of the heartroot tree start to like swirl around him in this moment as he's continuing to rise up into the sky, almost meeting that vortex of clouds that is swirling down. And he just looks at you with a grimace, if you could see his face, but rips his foot free from the entanglement there. He does not get untangled, unfortunately. With that, it is still Euan's turn, but as the thing falls, he calls out,
Why do you resist? You're blind, as I once was, but I have seen, and now you will too. You will know. I will show you.
as the energy once again starts to billow more and more, as he holds an arm out with the heartroot down towards you as you're like channeling the energy, and one out towards Euan in this direction that is channeling the death energy. As near Asja, the heartroot itself, like as part of it starts to splinter out and grow out towards you in a mass of entangled vines that rapidly grow, similar to what you just did, but these vines are not so stagnant. They are quite living and angry. As this large mass of tangled vines appears in front of you, partially made from the heartroot tree. As over on the other side, the darkness swells on the other staircase there next to you, and right before you take off into the air. And as you see a form, a dark, wicked claw rips free from the shadowy fog there, as this barbed, vaguely humanoid figure appears from the smoke. Where did my guy go? There he is. And it looks towards you with these unhuman, unperson eyes, these fiendish almost eyes. And it is just made from this shadow and death, more or less. Death incarnate. This strikes another memory in you, and this is a creature that is vaguely familiar to what you fought near Mithrandel.
I hate you so much, DM.
Alright. Now that those are summoned, Euan, it is still your turn. What are you doing? You've used your action to attack and break the last thing. You still have your movement and a bonus action.
I think for a very split moment, anyone that would be looking at you and at that moment would see something that they really have not, and that is fear cross his face. But he is going to avert his gaze from the creature, and he is going to fly up towards Malric.
Okay. As you take off into the skies, you need to at least clear 10 feet to get above the pedestal there. Take 10 feet of your movement, and then you can do 30 to get like above there. We'll say the platform here, like at the bottom, is completely engulfed in flames, as the smoke that they're billowing off is that death energy, more or less, that is currently not really being dealt with like it should be. Alright, with that, we move to the top of the round, where it is Malric's turn. Ooh, continues to float higher.
He needs to make a strength save.
Alright, yeah, you're within...
I'm within 30 feet.
You're within 30 feet? Okay, yeah, another strength save. What's the DC on this?
It's DC 15.
DC 15. Right, here we go. That is only a 12. Describe for me how your vines grasp him.
As I stare at him, I will call out, and the vines around my back that make up the wings will kind of shoot off the shoulder blades to wrap around him in a very similar fashion to what's going on with almost in a very similar fashion to how the heartroot tree did what it did to Asja.
Okay.
It's going to wrap around him and squeeze him, and he's going to pull the vine so it slingshots him directly in front of Euan.
Oh, because you get to move him, right?
And it makes his movement 0 until the end of the turn.
That will do it, as the vines pull Malric over, who still is... It's a new damage, he maintains concentration. Is still incanting with these spells after summoning those. He just looks towards you, and under his breath, not booming, just says, "You will know, all of you will know."
You will answer for your crimes.
Okay. With that... yeah, he cannot move. So he continues to just keep a casting away. Right in front of you there. Alright, Rhukkarrak, it is your turn.
Rhukkarrak is going to be huffing and puffing from the massive exertion.
Blow your house down?
And,
Don't do that.
What?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Oh, blow the house. Okay, got it. Just connected dots. And he is just going to use his fast hands to activate the word stone.
The winding word stone, yes.
Yeah, the winding words stone.
Yep.
And he's just going to say into it, "There's an attack in the arena. And that's his bonus action. Oh, he really needs some sort of healing. Now, what does it do with using a healer's kit?
So a healer's kit, you can use... Let me double check. I don't know if you can use it normally. You need the...
battle
the
medic to
feat,
use it in combat.
to use it in combat.
Okay, that's what I thought. There's something. Okay. Well then, yeah, he has 2 hit points. He has no. Okay, then what he's gonna do is use his action to he's going to just be breathing out heavily, and then it's going to crystallize into a misty frost, and give him some spike armor.
Okay.
So then 2d10. That's not great, but it's better than nothing. 7 temporary hit points. And he really does not want to get into this combat. Yeah, he'll keep an eye out, but he's gonna stay where he's at.
Okay. As you're sitting there breathing heavily, you feel the slash from that last wound that just really cut really deep. You feel the blood warm on your hand as you hold the wound. And you take a deep breath in, let the breath out as it crystallizes across your body to form some sort of safety there in that moment. And in this time, you have more time to just breathe, as you do feel the energy below you, and it is palpable. It is not apparent right from the get-go, but now that you're just sitting here, just kind of trying to live, you can feel just a hum of something foreign, something dangerous, something intense. You're not sure what exactly it is.
I guess since he's got at least his movement or whatever, he's just gonna try and kick at the line beneath his feet. Assuming he's not gonna do anything, but he's gonna try.
It is not a line that was disturbed by your foot being kicked at.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, that's his turn.
Okay. With that, it is now these beasties' turn. This thing is going to rush up over here. Okay, hello. And then it is going to go ahead and shoot off some necrotic bolts of energy towards you in there. Let's see. Does 2 of these? Yes. So first one towards Euan. Why did that? Why did it not roll? Oh, that's why. Wait, no. Hello? Okay, the macro's wrong. Let me just manually do it. Alright, 19 and an 8. I don't think the 8 hits, but I do think the 19 does. Right?
The 19 does.
Okay. So you do take some damage there. Ooh. Yep. As you take 16 points of necrotic damage.
So that's not good.
As it hits the back and it just starts to eat away at that spectral wing there for a moment, and you just feel the rocking pain of just pure death. That is that thing's turn, though. It is now this thing's turn, who is very close to Asja. And it is one of the large tendrils of vine just starts to try to wrap around you, Asja. We're going to go ahead and do this. So, right. That is a 21, which I do believe hits you.
Yes, it hits.
You take a bit of damage here. Is it not? There we go. Only 4 points of bludgeoning damage as it wraps around you and starts to squish you a little bit. But then it pulls you in towards it and starts to engulf you. I need you to make a strength saving throw for me.
Okay.
15 is the DC, 11 fails, so you start to get pulled towards into it as you are just everything around you just becomes vines and plant matter, basically. So you are grappled and blinded and restrained. And then you're going to take some... that's at the start of your turn. You take the damage. Okay. So with that, that is its turn as it actually... Well, actually, no, that's not its turn. It's its movement. It starts to shamble down. It doesn't have great movement. Wait. I don't know, walk 30, swim. It's not swimming. Shambles down here. It does pull you along with it. I don't think it can reach Maldorwen. Its reach is...
Was Maldorwen.
Yeah. I mean, Din. Alright, with that, those are the creature's turn. So now we move to Din. It is your turn.
Alright. So, from, I guess the sky, there's gonna be a light that's gonna shine. And I think it's gonna be like trying to reach for the Elandris crystal of Asja, and as the light beams down, it coalesces into the hand of a woman wielding a scimitar, but it's just like a very like quick thing, like a flash of light where you can see her silhouette, and she is gonna attack the creature that it's engulfing Asja.
Okay. Very
Yes,
nice.
as I cast spiritual weapon right there.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. And she's gonna attack for a 23 to hit if 13 doesn't.
Hits. I do not have a little scimitar prepared, but I do have... Oh, that's big in this little thing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we'll put it right there. Yeah, go ahead and roll damage
Stop.
for that.
Hammer time.
Let me double check.
Wait, 13 was the what to hit?
Yes.
13 misses, sorry. I thought you said 18.
Okay, perfect. So I do spend my channel divinity.
Okay, to make it
Okay. Mm-hmm. So 23, and then 11 points of force damage.
11 points per damage. Okay. That is going to be... okay. As it carves off part of the branch that falls down, it kind of simmers before evaporating into, like, radiance on the ground there.
Yep. And so she is fighting over there, and I'm gonna move like to the middle of the stair that's like northwest. But I want to try and use the stair as cover as well, so I'm just gonna like step up a little bit to the edge of it, northwest a little bit more.
Alright, so like that?
Yes, And
Okay.
do I see the other creature from there?
You can, yes.
All right, perfect. So
It's-
let's go ahead.
There's a big billow of smoke and stuff, but you can see it relatively fine with your crazy perception.
Nice. I'm gonna attack with my crossbow.
Yep.
16.
16 does it.
Nice. So I'm gonna deal some damage to it, but what I want to do is push it off the platform.
You can definitely do that.
Nice. Like a very heavy ball that hits that like center mass and just like shoots them back.
It almost looks like
And
it turns into smoke for a second before it falls down to the ground. And is no longer
Awesome.
on the platform.
then I'm gonna step back again, like to the middle of the staircase. Like south, one square, and I'm gonna go prone.
Okay. You can go prone.
Oh, actually, let's do north, like where you put Din before. Yes, that's where.
Alrighty, and you go prone. With that, Asja, it is the start of your turn. You are currently engulfed by this creature and are going to take some radiant damage. Let's see here. Let me just make sure. Okay, and then, yeah, the escape DC is 16 on this. You take 12 points of radiant damage. And then, yeah, it is your turn, but you are still grappled. You can try to break free, but that would be your action to do so.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I do have a spell. It is verbal only, and it is Misty Step. Would this be allowable?
You are currently blinded. You can't see anything other than large vines in your
Okay.
face. So
Alright,
unless
well,
you
let's
break free and see,
wiggle,
then
wiggle,
no.
wiggle, wiggle.
Wiggle. All right,
Okay,
go ahead
she's
and
gonna
make
wiggle,
a.
wiggle, wiggle.
I believe strength.
16.
16 is enough. So you push back
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
and you wiggle out of the creature. Bloop. Whoops. And you are no longer grappled by it.
Okay. How much of my movement did that take up? All of it?
Just
I'm
5.
assuming?
That was your
5?
action. though.
Excellent. Yeah, no, that is totally fine. She still has movement and a bonus action, correct?
Yep.
All right, good. Bye. We're going right back to those stairs, 25 feet, like as far towards Maldorwen 25 feet as she can get.
Yep. As you
All right,
do
bonus
leave,
action.
it is going to whip out at
That's
you
fine.
once more.
It can smack my ass. That's fine.
20 plus is 22. And it does pull you 5 feet towards it if it hits you. Bloop. But it doesn't quite. I can't engulf you yet.
Totally fine.
And you take how much damage here? Is that showing? No, just a small amount. Oh, I did the wrong amount of damage. It's 1d6 plus 2d4. Ah, that makes more sense. I was wondering. I was a little low. Plus 2d4. Alright, so 8 points of damage. Part of that is radiant, but I don't think it matters in your case.
No, that's fine. Okay. Bonus action. Misty Step. I should have enough movement to get right behind Maldorwen, flanking him.
You are. They are currently 10 feet in the air, but you're like,
That is totally fine.
behind and under
I'm
midst.
I have achieved what I would like to do, which is to get next to him for pity's sake. There we go.
Alrighty.
That's my turn. There we go.
Alright, Mr. Rage Mongrel, go ahead.
So Asja would see that look in his eyes again. That same animal, feral gaze. And even though he looks and sees her there, this time it does not soften as he is in front of Maldorwen there. He's going to raise the axe, and as he does, his own Halandris is going to pop out from his shirt as well. And he's going to recklessly attack.
Okay.
Now, am I getting a flanking bonus there from Asja or not?
I'll say you get +1 instead of +2.
Great.
Half
So 26.
Definitely hits.
It isn't that a critical because you're hitting with the axe? If an 18 was a critical, isn't a 19?
The
So
18
it
was a
was-
critical because it had hold person on it.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
He
Never
was
mind.
paralyzed. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's 11 points of damage from the great axe swing, and then that's a dirty 21
Yeah,
for the
both of
second
those
swing.
definitely hit.
for another 13 points of damage.
Ooh, very nice. Oops. Yeah, as you carve into him, you see sort of the blood drip down, but then it almost catches midair and starts to recombine with the death energy that is flowing around him.
I don't think Bastia's 10 feet on the ground, or is below me 10 feet and 10 feet away. She's not within range of my healing tendrils, is she?
No, what is it? 10 feet of range?
That's 10 feet.
Yeah, not quite then. Is the mage Pythagoras would tell us otherwise.
Right.
All right. Anything else for you, Euan?
Actually,
Oh, I do need to just roll con save. The total damage on your... What was the total on the 2 rolls again?
24.
So, was that both of them together? Or
Yeah, it was 11 and 13.
something like that? It was 10. Cool. Alright, that's a legendary resist. Okay. Yeah, so he doesn't break concentration on his spell. But you see, he almost does.
Right.
As
Right,
that
give me just a second. I'm looking at something on my character sheet.
Yep.
All right, yep, that's it.
Okay. It is back to the top of the round, and it is Maloric's turn. As he calls out,
You're too late. The lock has shattered. The truth unleashed. Unforsaken are we. The forgotten has been remembered, and the future is watching.
as energy starts to swell, and all those runes once more start to glow brighter and brighter as the ground itself starts to rumble and shake like a full-on earthquake starts to happen in this arena here. You can just hear all sorts of panic from all the denizens of Altari here as fissures start to break open across the ground here of just pure purple energy that just starts to eat away at the ground. And let me do this. And we're gonna see who needs to make some saving throws here.
As Ruka falls in a hole.
More or less.
Yeah. And Ruka dies again. It's fine.
As big, so anyone who is touching, which is only Rhukkarrak in this case.
Of course.
Oh no.
And the vine creature.
The vine creature, yes, we'll need to make it as well. Let me double check.
Ugh, I knew I should have moved. Like, as you hinted there's energy below, I was like, oh, I need to get up on that dais, didn't I?
I need you to roll another dex save for me. DC 16 on this. Oh. That's not good.
Wait. I have inspiration.
Well. Hey!
That's
All right.
better.
You're gonna take half damage here. Whoa, I almost rolled
Oh, it's still probably gonna
110.
kill me. Or knock me unconscious, at least.
Oh, that is
It didn't matter.
really high rolls. So
It
as
did
How
not
much-
matter.
How much temp HP did you get from your Armor of Agathis?
7.
yeah, not enough. You took 15 points of damage here, and so yeah, that
I have total of
knocks
9.
you unconscious. As the energy just starts to rip out and the ground just starts to shatter in those ways, Rhukkarrak falls unconscious over there, cries out in pain. This creature, this dex is so bad. I highly doubt it's gonna. Yeah, it's a 2. So it's gonna take the full 30 points of damage there. Whew. All right, that is that though, as the energy just it continues to swell in the area here. Alright, with that, we move to Rhukkarrak. Go ahead and roll the death saving throw for me.
Of course, just before I can do
anything.
anything, I die. It's fine. Roll.
Hey,
That's a 10. Okay.
10 is a save. Exactly what you need. Alright, we move down, and it is now the creature's turn. This creature is going to gurgle its way over. We're gonna roll for it. I'm gonna roll a 1d2, basically with the dice. On a 1 it goes to Asja, on a 2 it goes to Maldorwen. What? Hey, don't do that. 1d2. It doesn't let me. Oh no, I did a 2. Alright, 2. It goes to Maldorwen. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. And then it does have 10 feet range. Yes. So it lashes out towards you, Maldorwen.
Would the hate matter? Like Pythagoras would say no, right?
Great
Because yeah, you're
mage,
5.
Pythagoras.
You're technically 5 feet off the ground. Okay, I'll say it doesn't get you. It does come up the stairs though, and like sit on you. Gargle, gargle, gargle.
Curses, my players using my own logic against me.
Yeah, but that is its action because it dashed. All right, with that, then it's now this creature's turn, who rushes over and is probably gonna have to dash as well. Because yeah, what is its movement? So 25, 30. Up here once more. I'm just gonna get a little further in though, so I can't just be pushed off again. All right, that is its movement though, and its turn. All right, Din, it is your turn. As you feel the vines like start to encompass right next to you.
Yeah. And like I can picture as like the energy, like the death energy coalesces around the arena. Like she's dancing and like it doesn't touch her, even though she was like right there. And she's moving up
Oh, okay, yeah, the spirit. Yeah.
to help me now.
How much can it move in a turn? It's
20 feet.
20 feet.
So she won't reach me, but she's getting there. She's dancing.
Dancing away. All right.
And-
about there.
I'm going to disengage with my
Yep.
action.
You can do so.
And wait. This doesn't use my magic action, right? Just like
The
my
movement?
bonus action.
Yep. No, that's not
Uh-huh.
a direction.
Okay, nice. In that case. Oh my god. Let's go ahead and roll a Toll the Dead on the creature.
Okay, on the mound here.
Let's make it Sacred Flame, sorry.
Okay.
So, Dexterity 15 saving throw.
Let's go. Yeah, nope. Not gonna happen.
Nice. 12 points of Radiant.
It has no effect.
Okay, interesting.
As the radiant
So-
light beams upon it, yeah, it does not pay it any mind.
Okay. And in that case, I'm just gonna like stow away my crossbow and get my rapier ready. And that's my turn.
Alrighty. Move to Asja. It is your turn, Asja.
Okay, well, so he's 10 feet up in the air.
Yep.
Wearing robes.
Oh no.
I like where this is going.
Kind of giggle and point straight up. She does not
I mean,
have
there's a
any more
pewter
gun
gun to the
rolls.
rose, but yeah.
Doesn't matter. She's got two Eldritch. He's got two Eldritch blasts coming towards him from below.
Go ahead and
number
roll.
1
Hit.
is a 16.
16
number 2
just hits.
is a 27.
Both of those hit.
All right, so
Nice.
8 for the first and 3 for the second. So
Very nice.
11 points of damage.
Okay. Yeah. That
Yeah.
hits him right in the nards.
Yeah.
Does not
So
like
he
that.
can make a concentration. He can make a concentration check.
He is no longer concentrating.
Damn it! Well, I just okay.
All right. With that, actually, no, he's still concentrating on these guys. Yeah. We'll roll for him. First one. Yeah. Very good. Second one. Oh, that's a natural one. All right, he has lost control of the creatures. I mean, they're just gonna go wild now, but
That's fine. As long as we can throw them towards him as well, that's good.
all right. Anything else, Asja?
Well, as she can see, Euan's eyes and all the rest of that, she's just going to call up. I guess now that I have your attention, I only have one question. Where's my father?
He just
And
looks
that's it.
down and doesn't react in this moment. Right. Euan, it is your turn.
You already know what's going to happen. It's a 23 to hit for the first one,
That does it.
and 16 for the second one, so they'll still both hit.
Yep, 16 and meets it, beats it.
So that's 10 points of
10
damage to the first
points.
one, and 10 points of damage to the
Another 10
second one as
points.
well.
Very nice. Yeah, he's
then I call
looking
upon
pretty beat up.
I call upon the powers of the tree to action surge, and
Oh! Oh! That's illegal.
tree powers activate.
Alright. Anything else for Euan?
No, because I really don't have a bonus action right now, unfortunately.
Okay. It is now Maloric's turn, who now lets the energy still class around him. He drops the heart root that falls to the ground, and it's grown quite a bit, and it's kind of like a tangle of vines. It's not as sapling as it once was, and brandishes his long wicked sword once more. With this too, he is drifting downwards towards the ground. No longer floating.
No, he's not.
Right.
Strength
Go
save.
ahead and yep, strength save. And Euan keeps him there in the air.
Yep.
I don't think so.
He just is gonna slash out towards you. With his weapons.
Yeah, it's gonna hit. That's probably gonna knock you down.
15.
15 does not.
And a
20 will.
Alright. With that. Roll damage here. This is a lot of damage. So it's gonna be 5 slashing reduced to 2. Then 24 radiant.
Yeah, Ewan's down.
It's 29 total. As Euan plummets from the sky. I'd say he will last in the sky until next turn. But Pyramids down. Alright, that is Malork's turn, though. Rhukkarrak, it is your turn. Go ahead and make another death save for me. 18.
Oh.
18 is a success. Alright. We have the creature's turn. This creature rushes over and is going to fire at Malork. Up in the sky there, seeing the life energy that he's wielding with that radiant energy. Fires towards him. We'll check the... It's gonna hit. That's gonna hit. Oh no, that one's gonna miss. Because 16 is AC. Just missed on the second one, but the first one does hit, which is gonna be a decent amount of necrotic damage. Yeah. Oh, low roll. 8 points of necrotic damage to Malork. Okay. That is that thing's turn. It is now this thing's turn, who is going to grapple out and try to eat Maldorwen Gregorin.
Gregordon.
Gregordon.
Maldin.
That was supposed to be pleasant. And so it was a 13 to hit. But I don't think that hits. Regardless.
No.
Very nice. So that's the one attack. I think it gets 3 of those, though. Yes. That's 1.
Oh.
Here's the second one. Oh, that's an natural 20.
Whoa. Oh.
Just gonna grapple you and deal some damage here. That's 4 points of bludgeoning and 16 points of radiant. It just starts to squeeze you as you feel the radiant burn from it. And then it starts to engulf you. I need you to make a DC...
Strength saving throw?
Yes, saving throw. DC 15. Nice.
Oh my god, yes.
You manage to break free, as it does not grapple you with that one. It now has the final attack. That is a dirty 20 to hit. Just gonna hit you.
Yes.
For a total of 9 points of damage.
Okay.
Alright. With that, that is their turn. We move on. Din, it is now your turn. How you looking?
Right, so she's gonna move up, and how am I looking? Pretty. And
Nice.
she's going to, as she's like moving up, I think he would smile, and she's gonna attack first.
Yep.
She's gonna stand on top of the stairs,
Alright.
so she has the advantage, just like Obi-Wan.
Bye, round.
14?
14 just misses. 15's the DC.
I'm gonna
DC
make it a
DC.
24.
Would have hit.
Yeah, because she can't miss. That would be blasphemy. That's not canon. She never misses. She's just like my brother. Let's
Alright.
go. Oh, okay, sorry, I need to roll damage, not an attack. 6 points of force damage.
6 points of force. Okay. It is looking pretty rough. You can see the tendrils are not as viscous as they once were.
And then on my end, I'm just gonna attack with my rapier.
Okay. 20 definitely hits.
Nice. Okay.
Oh,
4 points of piercing damage.
4 points of piercing. Okay.
Yep. And oh wait, I need to roll concentration checks because you hit me. Sorry, I need to roll 2 of those.
Oh,
Okay, so she actually did an attack. She's gone.
All right.
No.
gone like the wind.
Yeah, that was.
They made it a concentration
If
spell
you
on this?
do you
Oh, sorry. Yes, I think it's spiritual weapon is concentration. Yes.
you can use your
Yeah, they
bonus
made it
action to
concentrate.
cast it again if you want, because you just attacked.
Yeah, I
And
don't
roll
have
this.
any more spell slots.
Oh, you don't? No more spells.
I
slots,
would,
okay.
but
All
so
right.
just a rapier attack.
It
Sorry.
feels a bit. No, you're good. Anything else here?
And let me see, because I do have a bonus action, as you said. So just a sec. Yeah, let's do Shield of Faith on myself.
Okay. Very nice. So as you were protected with the Shield of Faith, extra AC. Right. Asja, it is your turn.
Okay, seeing that the creature seemed to be more focused on, I guess, Maldorwen and the more radiant energy, she's gonna drop her summoned weapon, so she's gonna unsummon her weapon at the
Okay.
moment. We don't need a big stick of radiant energy in our hand, thank you. And again, action. She is going to again fire 2 Eldritch Blasts at Maldorwen.
Okay. Go ahead and roll.
Natural 20 for a 28.
Oh, yes!
I think that hits.
He's now a eunuch. And
Yup.
God, let's go for big
and
damage.
18 for
yes.
26.
Yep.
So that's 3. So I double the. Okay.
Yeah, you
so
can
the
do
first
the
one is.
Yep. 10. Max
Oh,
damage on that.
yes!
First one is a 10. Second one is a
4.
4.
One more.
And a 4. So 18 points of
18
damage.
points. That is very good. He is not looking great.
And again, she is going to say, through gritted teeth, just tell me where he is.
As he. There we go. Alright.
That's her
Hey.
turn.
Euan, I need you to make a death saving throw for me. I would say it's at disadvantage, but you have your Elandris, which gives you advantage. But it would be a disadvantage because of all the death energy that you are currently sitting in. So you just regular roll.
It's an 18.
18 is a success. Alright, we move on to the top of the round. As Maldorwen descends down and looks towards you, you can see he is no longer looks to be in control of the death energy and the life energy that is present here. The sapling on the ground is still glowing quite brightly, but he is not wielding it in any sense. He just has the sword in his hand, and his head's a little slumped as he descends, and then he looks up towards the cloudy sky there for a moment and reaches towards his mask and takes it off. And you can see underneath it a pretty hideous face, a face that has been very burned, that did not heal correctly from some sort of burn, and super scarred. He casts the mask aside as he just looks up towards the sky and just starts to almost mumble. You can see now that you can see his eyes. They're crazed. Like, this individual is not sane in any sense of the word. And go ahead and just roll me an insight check, actually.
Me? Sorry.
Yes, you.
Sorry. I was caught up in the description. 17.
17, yeah. You can see, like, there is not a whole lot of Maldorwen at home right now. There's just something behind those eyes that just makes you shiver. As he just continues to look up towards the sky there, and the clouds that are crackling with this energy. And you can barely hear underneath his breath, "I've done it. I've done it. I've done it." But that's his turn. He's kind of in a comatose state there.
No, not now.
Uh,
I'm really sorry. Can you repeat what he said? My internet froze for a moment there.
He
and I
just
missed
kept
whatever he said.
muttering, "I've done it." Rhukkarrak, death save, please.
Okay.
That is your first failure. Alright, with that, we move over to the beasties. This beast is just going to run up towards Melark and just start tearing into him. We'll see here. He gets 3 of these. Yes, that's a miss. Oh man, maybe it won't hit. Yeah, one of them hits. Okay, it's 2d6 plus 3. As it deals 10 points of necrotic damage as it slashes across his back. And you can see it like grabs him with that, like this large, wicked, spined hand made of like shadows of death. Just grabs him and just rips him towards him. Take some damage. He was really not looking good. You can see too, Asja, it does not phase him. Like he just gets pulled from it, and he just continues to look up towards the sky. All right. Oh, and then we got Mound over here, who would be shambling. Just gonna.
Oh my god.
Reach out towards you, Maldorwen. Oh no!
Oh my god.
Another natural 20, which unfortunately, even with your Shield of Faith, is going to hit you.
He's gone from din to dead.
Pretty much.
And 44. Yeah, total of 18 points of damage with that.
Okay.
Are you down?
No.
Okay. It is going to then try to engulf you. Go ahead and make another strength
Let
save.
me roll a concentration check for the Shield of Faith.
Oh,
okay,
there's
nice.
your natural 20.
Yeah, and then my strength save, 14.
14 is the DC on that.
Oh my god, yes. Okay.
Check. No, the escape DC is 14. The DC to resist it initially is 15. Weird, I don't know why it's different. But so you are pulled in. You see the world vanishes. Everything is just vines currently. You don't take any more damage yet. But then it starts to shamble its way up. Shambling its way. Blah, 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 blah. And then now it is the start of your turn, and you do take damage at the start of your turn. You are shambled.
Not shamble.
I like my eggs shambled.
You take another 14 points of radiant damage.
Now I'm down.
Okay, as it just sears into you, just feel this overwhelming force of energy that's just bright and blinding, like staring into the sun itself. How it like burns your retina. That's just what it feels like across your entire body, and it's just too much and overwhelming, and you fall unconscious. Alright, with that, Asja, it is your turn.
It is, isn't it?
All by yourself.
I'm so desperately all by myself. Help!
You do still have healing potions that you brought with you.
I don't. Din has them. As far as I knew, I don't remember them saying that healing potions were.
Yeah, it's probably true. Okay, yeah. You know Din has them on him.
All right, she's. Okay. All right. She is. Crap. That's the only other. That's at least this living thing here is distracted by that living thing is Oh crap. Okay. Okay, you said there's nothing coming from Malric, but the tree is still glowing goldenish, right?
Yes,
Or
and the tree is glowing quite brightly golden hued. And there is also a lot amount of depth energy in this area too.
All right. Where is the tree in reference to everybody's little icons right here?
It's like right in front of you, like right
It's
underneath
right in
Malric's
front.
feet, pretty much, like right between you and Malric.
Okay. I am going to try a Hail Mary move. All right, we are going to bonus action. She is going to recall her staff, but with everything around her right now, she just really want to be a big, huge beacon. She is going to very quietly utter the words Lux Mori, and this time the staff is going to come out still life-ish, but more in the decay of life. And so I'm going to use the staff this time with necromantic
Okay.
energy instead of radiant energy. But the way that we described how I'm doing this, I'm using her own natural decay process that's already started in her body
Right.
to summon the necromantic energy. She's going to attack the tree.
The tree. All right.
The pot, yeah, she's going to attack the source of energy. At least what she sees is the source of energy that's helping feed all of whatever is going on to her.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an attack.
All right, we have 2 attacks. First one is a 23. And the second one is a 24.
All right. Go ahead and roll damage for both of those.
That's 6. And that's 9, so 15 points of necrotic damage.
Okay. As you look around you and see the chaos, the life, everything that is happening, it feels like the world is spinning around you. You're not sure what to do in this moment. You see the tree and you make the connection that this might be that's causing everything. So you strike out towards it. As you hit it, a flash of light encompasses this entire platform for just a brief moment, as it then fades as you're blinded for just a brief second, as you then wind up and hit it once more, as the light once again flashes even brighter for what feels like a brief second. But in that moment of blinding, eternal, spiritual light that this tree is emanating, Asja is transported somewhere else, somewhere foreign. Your mind in that brief second sees more. And before you, you see a tree that you know so well, or at least you once did. You see the heartroot tree, the actual living, gigantic tree of Mithrandel. And it towers above you, encompassing your entire vision. And you question if this is how big the tree was, as its presence is just immense. But with that blink of a vision of this tree, you feel just a wave of that life energy just kind of bathe over you as you are then returned back to the arena.
Okay. She doesn't have time to process that right now. That's a good one. Okay. 10 with the stairs are 5 feet up.
You are currently, it's a 10-foot drop off the platform.
No. To get over to Maldorwen, I'm trying to now use my movement. I've done the attack. She's now going to...
So these aren't stairs, these are the coffins.
Oh.
Who's Maldorwen, by the way?
So, the slurpy creature has been on the coffins.
You see as you look over, the vines that encompass that are... What was the total on your damage? It was a total of 15? Yeah, okay. That's not enough, but it's a decent amount. They are, like, shivering, if you would. Like, whatever you just did definitely affected the creature.
Alright, well, I will, I guess I'm gonna put a little space. Well, it's not really gonna help, but I'm just gonna kind of shimmy into the corner of the coffins here.
Okay.
Just kind of 5-foot adjust to the side and... Yeah. Because there doesn't seem to be anybody coming to save us, so now she figure out how to keep herself going, but then next round attack this viney creature to then get Maldorwen's bag and then see who's still alive and then bring them back to life. Alright, let's go.
Alright.
That's her turn.
Euan, I need you to make another death saving throw for me.
That was not supposed. Oh, that's not it. What just happened?
I don't know. I didn't see anything though.
Am I even connected to DD? I'm connected to DD dice. I clicked roll on it and it just.
Just
that
said
was
no.
weird. That one worked. That's a 4. That's a fail.
That is a fail. Alright, 1 success, 1 fail. We now move to the top of the round. In this round, you do, Asja, being the only one who is currently conscious, other than you can debate on Maloric's state, probably not quite conscious. You do hear, amongst the chaos of the crowd, there are individuals rushing towards you, and you can see the faint greenish hue of the orcish companion that you met briefly of Rhukkarrak's, who are rushing into the fray. They're going to spend pretty much their entire turn rushing in.
That's fine.
Towards you guys, but they're not going to be able to get fully to anyone this turn. So, Rhukkarrak, we're going to need you to roll another death save. 15. You are stabilized. You no longer need to roll your saves, as you are stabilized there. Still unconscious, but stable. As we move to the creature's turn, this one is going to continue to rake into Maldorwen here. Let me double check something. Grapple does not give advantage, just makes it so speed is 0. Okay. Oh man, it is rolling low. Here's the 18. As the death energy just continues to, like, this creature is more amorphous than when it started, but it just starts to, like, from the shadows you see just claws apparate and just slash across him. Dealing a decent amount of damage. And 9 more points. Oh, he is on death's door. As he gets hit with that once more, he like stumbles to the ground and like basically stumbles to his knees. This creature is going to continue to move forward. Right over here. Taking Maldorwen with it. It is then going to lash out towards you, Asja. That is a 17.
Yep.
Yep. Oops. There we go. And for 6 points of damage.
Okay.
And then why? Working. Alright, that's what I'm gonna do. It's attacking again. It pulls you forward a little bit. Bloop. And rolls once more. That's a natural 1. Does not hit. Second one is only a 15.
Oh, it does not hit. Sorry.
Alright. So with those, you're like right next to it. Yet again, it looks very damaged. You can see Maldorwen's unconscious form within it, because the vines have disapparated so much at this point. It is still lashing out around it.
All right. Well, here we go.
First, Maldorwen, I need you to make death saving throw for me. You do a
What was Maldorwen?
Or Din.
I think if I'm inside the creature, then I like take damage at the start of my turn.
Yes. You're gonna fail one.
I think it's 2. If I take damage, or if that's only if it's
not
a crit.
Yeah, it's only if it's crit. So you just take 1 point,
Okay.
1 death save there, then you roll 1 here.
Oh, you want me to roll as well?
Let me double check, because I'm pretty sure you roll every time you take damage while unconscious. You just get 1, and then at the start of your turn you roll 1 as well. Double check.
Right.
You just start at your turn. You 0 hit points. Yeah. Go ahead and roll for me. 17. Okay, so you have 1 success, 1 failure. Alright, Asja, now it is your turn.
Okay. Oh, everybody, hope Asja does well. Let's go quarterstaff, and we'll see how we're doing after those 2.
On the mound?
Yes.
Yep,
16.
that hits.
All right, and second is an 11. which I don't
11
think
misses.
Yeah.
It is really low, though.
It is taking 8 points of necrotic damage.
Nope. Yeah, that is enough with the necrotic.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay.
So as
I'll
you
fall down.
yeah,
Or, sorry,
chop
didn't
your
fall
way
down.
through this force, your staff almost repels the vines and their radiant nature as it then withers and writhes before disappearing into like a puff of light and smoke. Ooh. Yeah. Din is lying there now around the death energy here.
Okay. She is going into Din's pockets or bag or whatever, and finding the 2 potions.
Yep. So you can do so as your item interaction, and then you can use a bonus action to administer one if you would like.
Bonus action. Pop. Open up Din. Shove. Like it's just gonna look like a little light bulb because she's yeah, pretty much. It's like, okay, that's good. Now on to my next one. You know.
All right, go ahead and roll 2d4 plus 2.
Oh my god, he's saved.
6. You get 6.
6 points of healing as you cough up and you feel your lungs take your breath, and it's pretty accurate with the death energy around. Doesn't feel very good, but you're conscious.
Oh my god, yes.
All right. She still has movement, correct?
Yes.
Good. She's gonna get next to Euan.
Okay. You can do so.
Okay.
Alrighty. With that, I think that's your turn, Asja. So, Euan, it is your turn.
19.
That is
So
success.
close.
Yeah, not quite enough to pop you up. Alright, so that's 2 successes, 1 failure.
Yep.
Okay. And we move to the top of the round. As both... Alright, so in this case... Things that... Alright. We're gonna do, instead of playing this out, we've already gone way past the time. There's no more real danger. Asja can get Euan up before he maybe fails. And you would only die if you rolled a natural one. But Asja can pick you up before that. So, the threat of death is not here. Oh my god! Thank God that Asja was able to pick you up.
I also had one last level 1 spell, and I have 2 wounds.
Oh, okay, you have one less. That's crazy.
I had to roll it just to see what would happen.
The time it was. Wow, that's crazy. So, let me do some narration here. Moment. Oops, that was what I want to do. As Asja rushes over to Euan's unconscious body, the fumbling with this health potion that you barely managed to grasp out of Maldorwen or Din's pockets there. Din, you barely coming to conscious to see everything around you, coughing up the smog that you're inhaling, this death energy that is present. You do see in the distance both of the 3 sunblades ready to go. Gorak with his large blade is rushing towards the fray here. Not sure what else lies in the danger. As Malor continues to look up towards the sky, this creature continuing to carve into him. Eventually he falls pretty much completely dead as he just continues to look up, as there's a moment of clarity in his dying eyes as he looks towards you, Asja, as you're right there next to him, right as you're fumbling and bringing back Euan to life. As he calls up,
It is done. The veil has lifted. The silence is broken. Zorka, remember what it once dared to forget. The last element. The aether. Hidden by fear. Sealed by fools. Now returned to the mind. No longer lost. No longer forbidden. Rest. You must carry this burden now, child. Ready the people for what comes next. For what awakens.
and with that, his eyes gloss over as the death monster continues to ravage and looks towards you right as Gorak stabs it in the face with the sword. As it... a bit of a conflict there, but the Sunblades can take care of that. But I think that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Oh my god. That's so clutch from the Sunblades. You owe them big time now.
You took a while to call on them, jeez.
Right?
Yeah, he was always rushing around trying to get these guys killed as soon as possible and never had a spare bonus action until he was dying. He was like, well, I need to do this now.
Sunblades.
And the little elves
intel.
that could, thank you.
Right?
Just
You
gonna
all
say.
survived. Well done. That is. We got very close for some of
Survived
you.
is a
Too
strong
close.
word, Dungeon Master.
Too close for some of you. It was quite the brutal fight. But good job. You did it. And I will leave off with one other bit of information for you all to dwell upon. Asja, your mind is filled with information that was once stolen from you. You distinctly remember, right as Malric says the word, the Aether.
Aether.
That image sears into your brain of that symbol that you saw in Virelanthe. The symbol of the seventh lost element. That is where we're gonna pick up in a couple weeks from now. See where
Dude.
that brings the story.
How
World.
dare you have a life outside of